Kia kara kia tātou, whakataka ki te uru, whakataka ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana, te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hohu, ti hei, mauri ora. Well, welcome everyone to our first Policy Planning and Development Committee of the term. Welcome to all the members returning and new. Also acknowledge Deputy Chair of the Committee, Councillor Ferry. Also would like to mention that Haukura members haven't been allocated their committees yet, so I think that's happening early next week. Caleb, the Haukura Secretariat are here, but the members unfortunately are not on the committee today because they haven't been appointed to the committee. So if you're wondering why there's 2 empty seats, they will be at the next committee. The other thing, just want to acknowledge, I know there's lots of questions, especially from the new 5 councillors around Plan Change 120. Remember, before we make any decisions on that, we will make sure over the next year or so we'll have lots of information, lots of ways to get information, updates. We'll make sure that we're not throwing any curveballs at you all. And also I know there has been the regional meetings, went to one last night on the shore that was very well attended, about 200 people or something. That was good, and John and I are hosting our own one on our own tonight, so that'll be interesting how that goes. And yeah, if there are questions of the team, please email them. But I know that is a lot of questions for our community at the moment, but please encourage people to submit. Please encourage people to put in things that they're unsure about, don't like, do like, etc. Right, on to apologies. We will, also Megan is unwell today, sorry, so we've got John here, who's very capable as well, thankfully. We've got lateness, Councillor Newman, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Watson, that's all. And early departure, we've got Councillor Foley and Councillor Burns. Cool. Right, can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor would like to move, Deputy Chair would like to second. All those in favour? Aye. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation, there are no minutes to be confirmed, so that's good. We can move across that. Petitions? No. Public input? Okay. Oh, okay, that's a new one. Okay, so normally we would say, is there extraordinary business?
Mr. Chairman, I just wish to foreshadow, because I had hoped to raise it as a matter of extraordinary business today, but there is an agenda item where it includes the report on the recall of the contaminated sand. I need to draw attention, and I would like to feel by the time we get to that report that there can be some awareness of staff. But Mayrose School was closed for a matter of days. They are substantially out of pocket. There is still uncertainty and issues around accountability. It is a matter for central government, I do appreciate, but there are issues around uncertainty as to where the perception of the role of council is and in terms of responsible stewardship. So these schools that have been forced to close are in a horrible predicament. Well, they can't technically be called closed, but you know, they're learning from home. It would be really helpful if staff, when we come to that report, can provide a little further information.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And yeah, when that happened over the weekend, lots of questions. The MB's kind of advice to just everyone ring the call centre, in my opinion, wasn't that great. But we think we've had about 120 calls at that point in the first week, but and we were able to set up one more drop-off. But the issue was very, I was hoping that we could have drop-offs across the city, but because of all the landfills and things are private, many of them don't have the facilities to take it. So, but we might have someone to be able to send some more information, but we did have our Auckland story and some information come to councillors. I will see if Justine and also the regulatory team can have something sent to councillors during this meeting.
Staff have actually responded with communication since I first raised this, but I was unaware of the uncertainty around the schools and whether or not they are required to close or not close, and it's in that area that I need some guidance. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get John and Miriana to just email Justine and the compliance team as well, and see if there's any additional information they can get by the end of the meeting on that for us. Kia ora, councillor, thank you. Right, extraordinary items, petitions, no public input. There is local board input. Kia ora. Oh, she just dropped off. We have Margie, chair of the Aberdeen Local Board, who has, unfortunately, I saw her turning her camera on and then she disappeared. Oh, here she is. Kia ora, Margie. We can see you now. You dropped off.
Kia ora, yeah, tech issues.
Kia ora, nice to see you. Congratulations. Haven't seen you since the election, I don't think. If you know the drill, you got 5 minutes and there'll be, I'm sure, questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity today just to speak to item 12 of yours on the governing body submission, council submission on the Ministry for the Environment application on Eden Park. Can I just note that our feedback as a local board is attached at item 12.1 rather than where it looks like it's our feedback at 7.1 under local board input. So just bring that to the attention of the governing body. So 12.1 is where you will see our full submission. And in forming up our submission, I just wanted to advise that at that stage we had not had the opportunity to see the economic impact report that I now see on your agenda. That's done by council's economists, and we had just seen heard the draft of the peer review regarding noise. Next slide, please. Look, essentially there's lots that we support in this request. We support the ongoing provision of 12 large concerts, the more diverse use of the stadium. Around increasing the number of concerts, there is a concern about the pack in and pack out and the number of trucks going in and out and what that might do on the local road network and the impact that might have, but support the large concerts. We also support lifting the restrictions around currently they're not allowed to exceed 2,000 people for meetings or conferences and functions. We actually support that being extended. The curfews that are proposed for both sports and concerts, we consider that they are appropriate, of being 10:30 and 11:30, and the extension to the lighting so that people, patrons and guests and attendees can exit safely. And so that's bringing the lighting out to midnight. Next slide, please. However, we do have some concerns that we want to express to you and are captured in our feedback around the changes and addition to, well, the addition of 20 medium concerts per year. The reasons are that, and you'll see them in the John Stiles noise report, is the noise created by these extra 20 medium concerts is essentially the same as if they were large concerts. And so the level of noise, the duration, the character and the frequency in the noise report were concerning. And for that reason, the measurable impact of that meant that the noise report didn't support those extension of those activities. We also have some concerns around the arterial road, being Sandringham Road, and we know there's a disruption to our public transport network and the bus routes along there when there are large events. We don't know whether that would flip in and have effect at a medium event. And so we've highlighted, we think some work around TMP needs to be done. And if you refer to the noise report, you'll see that the 3-tier noise control regime that's proposed, the noise expert considered that they were insufficient to protect the neighbourhood on noise matters. I'm not going to go through everything, you'll be pleased, but this is all of it. We were concerned by the unlimited professional fireworks display, especially in light of some of the things we're seeing and hearing now about community calls for restrictions on the private sale of fireworks, and we're not sure what impact this might have on that, and the unlimited helicopter, a proposal for unlimited helicopter movements. Next slide, please. We were concerned about the process, and so we felt, just as it was 12 months ago, it is better suited through an independent commissioner panel to hear the evidence, so people, when they submit or provide feedback to the latest proposal, they would have had an opportunity to speak, provide further evidence, and be heard in that more robust democratic process. That is not what's being proposed here, and it would be better if it was an Auckland unitary plan, private plan change, or it's picked up in the unitary plan, so there's an opportunity really for people to respond. So we think that's more appropriate. We note it's only 13 months ago that we had the 12 large events approved by the independent panel. There were a lot of comments in that report about it taking it to the edge of what was acceptable. So there's some testing really that needed to be done and won't happen through this. We just raised some concerns around the noise standards, the lighting standards, and the traffic management to better avoid, mitigate, or remedy some of those negative impacts. We think it can be done, but there's no opportunity to test that and work through that. We also felt there was an opportunity to review membership of the community liaison group that meets bi-monthly to talk about the impacts of activities at the park, and that's led by Eden Park. It was great to see that Eden Park and Nick Saltner, when he came to speak to us last week, was supportive of some town hall style meetings where people could come in and talk about what those issues were, rather than having to be a requirement for people to be part of the CLG. And we wanted to see the environmental monitoring being undertaken around noise. Next slide, please. We are very aware that some of the negative impacts of activity at Eden Park are not always regarding traffic felt within the traffic management area. It's people just outside that are then impacted by activity and the parking and congestion in the streets, and they can't get cars through. And so we actually thought reconsideration of the TMP area would be well worthwhile, because we get a sense that it's not actually far enough. We are also want to see some really real robustness around who funds the TMP work. Currently, for a large event, Auckland Transport's putting up to $300,000 for each event to fund some of the TMP elements. That's a huge cost borne by the council. There's also concern for our local board about who's going to pick that up once we have transport reform, because essentially local boards are in that space and may have to pick up that tab. So that's $3 million a year. We want to see that integrated ticketing around TMP extended to get more people by public transport. And we see the real opportunity for some permanent secure bike storage on site to decrease carbon footprint. Next slide, please. One of the big issues that came up in the October 2024 decision was about respite for community. And there are some things that were built into that around one free weekend every 5 weeks, and all the board agreed that there was space for some free weekends where there weren't large events on. In the proposal, this is saying about 8-hour events. We think 5 to 6 is adequate for a high level of noise, rather than pushing it out to the 8. There are some real safety nets around where large truck movements and exits are, out onto Sandringham Road through Great Gate Q. So building in some respite when we've got longer events, more frequent events, and more noise and more traffic is critical in the general area. Very last slide is we also just wanted to ensure that there's protection in any changes to domestic level cricket, which is included in the trust deed and one of the primary objects of the trust. And we know that potentially When you've got more large-scale events, then something might have to give in that other space. So we wanted to ensure that was there. And we very much understand that the government wanted to understand the economic benefit and employment. I think the economic report, which we hadn't been aware of, and has only just gone up on your site, actually talked to many of those things, and there were some queries over there. So that's my presentation. Happy to take any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, Chair Watson. Thank you very much for that fulsome piece of feedback. I have some questions, one from Councillor Newman.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see the Councillor Fletcher, sorry. This is a new system, Councillor Fletcher. I'll let you go first, sorry.
Thank you, Maggie, for your presentation. I just want you to speak further to the issue around no Sunday concerts. I know that you've already spoken to what the respite for the neighbourhood, but I'm just interested in the economics behind bringing some of the bigger acts to Auckland and whether there will need to be some flexibility around that. Could you speak further to the advocacy you've brought to no Sunday concerts unless Sunday precedes a public holiday? Yeah,
sure. And I think that was tested quite thoroughly in October 2024. And we supported the continuation of that rule. There are 52 Sundays in the year, and there are 310 other days in the year. So it's building in some respite. But the No Sundays was strongly supported by residents in previous hearings. And so it was an opportunity to bring that through as part of the respite package. We're aware that, if something gets rained out on a Saturday and it needs to then roll over onto the Sunday, there are some possibilities around Sundays, but other than that, it should be considered as part of that respite for the surrounding community.
So you see some flexibility rather than an enshrined no Sundays, you see some flexibility around Sunday?
No, my understanding is there's already an ability that it becomes a rain date if something happened.
No, I was just in terms of your advocacy, just trying to absolutely understand that. Thanks for that.
Good.
No Sunday was the intent. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Chair. My apologies for late arrival. Thank you, Margie.
Thank you for your message. Sorry.
Thank you, Margie, for the presentation. With respect to the bullet point, surety around domestic level cricket, can I just understand, is that in relation to wanting protection for first class cricket to be played on the outer oval, or is it about Auckland cricket's future locations so that they have a home for administrative purposes?
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Look, we've just got that high level point because it's referred to in the trust deed, and the cricket have a representative on the Eden Park Trust Board, and so we wanted to ensure that it didn't displace cricket out of the area that it was required to be according to the trust deed. So I can't go into more detail about whether it should be what domestic level of cricket, but there needs to be domestic in there, not just all test match.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, thanks Margie for your presentation as well. Just a few questions. First of all, your concerns you raise about the New Year's Eve curfew at 1 a.m. If you could elaborate a bit on that. I mean, I'm mindful that New Year's Eve is sort of the night where a lot of us stay up past 1 a.m. and it's kind of acceptance of that, universal acceptance. But if that's not the case in Albert Eden, I'd be, keen to hear. Then the other one is around the medium concerts, the 20 medium concerts. Is there a lesser number that your local board would think is reasonable? Is there something you would propose as a compromise instead of the 20? Kia ora, thank you.
Yeah. Look, maybe I'll do the medium first. This is the feedback of the board. I can't provide another number can't think up another number on the spot that would be appropriate for me to share because this is the feedback of the board. But what I'm aware of is that the noise from the medium events is clear in the noise report that the level of noise from those events will be likely the same as a large event. So that we're increasing the ceiling beam from 12 loud events to potentially 32 loud events. And I think that's captured really well in the noise report. And we were verbally apprised of that information when we were briefed last week. So that's the piece around medium events. Look, curfew, we're just aware that this isn't the city centre. And yes, lots of people stay up, except maybe parents of very young children. And but this isn't the city centre, and we felt that it was appropriate that the curfew didn't go out till 1 a.m. because then it's potentially 2 a.m. or before everyone's left the area and there's noise and disruption to a far greater level than you would have had at a concert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Margie. Appreciate you talking to us today. When you put your feedback through on this, was that feedback based on some sort of community feedback that you'd had, or is it your own feedback? I'm just interested in the basis for your feedback on this proposal. And I say that because I've read the MP for Mount Albert's survey results from the community, and I can see a disparate, almost a disparate attitude. So I'm just interested in how you formed your views on.
Yep, sure. Look, the community, we're not the organisation, the community were asked to provide their feedback. We don't know what the community feedback is. That's gone to the ministry. So we haven't seen that. What we have seen, I'm aware that in the Helen Clark survey, it was really clear there was support for 12 concerts. We support 12 concerts. The 12 large concerts that got approved last year. In looking at this feedback, we read the insight report. We took advice from the staff around noise, and then we had to adjourn to discuss that a little bit more because we needed to understand it more before resolving. And the feedback in the report regarding October 2024's decision. So I didn't think there was such a global shift on what people thought and considered important to capture in any resolutions. There'd been a global shift in 13 months. So that's what formed that up. We had a presentation from one of the Eden Park groups, one of the associations, and at our public forum, who expressed real concerns about what it was like for him and his 70 members in the neighbourhood. So we did get some public forum come along and talk to us as well, but it will be interesting to just see what comes back from the ministry consultation.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thanks Margie, and I just want to acknowledge you've stepped out of your business meeting to present to us today, so really appreciate that. Hopefully we won't take up too much more of your time. I just wondered if you wouldn't mind expanding a little bit more on that split in the community feedback, because I think that's something that might be important for people not familiar with the area to understand, that there is stuff coming through that shows community support for more events. There's also people who are concerned about the impact of those events, and those two things sometimes can be the same people, sometimes can be different groups of people. So I wondered if you just might expand a little bit more on, this has been a long-term discussion in that community. So if you wouldn't mind explaining that a little bit more, I think that would be useful for my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Look, I've managed the consenting on the local board for the previous 3 years. So all the Eden Park resource consent requests have come through, and I've had multiple number in that time. And what's been really clear in the feedback that we've provided is we may not have a view on things, but we actually want to see that the community view is considered as part of those decisions, because We do hear that traffic is problematic. We have people that say that they can't have a barbecue on a Saturday afternoon because when there's an event at Eden Park, they can't get inside the TMP and their in-laws can't drive in and park at their place to come for the family barbecue. And if we've got potentially 32 large events, medium or large events, that might knock out every weekend for them. So there's some concern about that, and we refer to that around some other passes that might be possible. So traffic's problematic. We have had people contact us that say they're trying to catch the bus and they live along there and they can't find where the bus is being diverted to, the public buses that run along there. So there's a disruption traffic-wise. There's and then there's the noise impact. And sometimes it's about which way the wind's blowing, let's be honest, who gets most impacted. But we've had people concerned about the noise, but there are other people who rightfully say it's not an issue. We have community groups at a local park who then have to look at whether they have to change their activities and events because they're not going to be able to get parking in the area for people that might come from a wider area, and those are one of our community hubs. That's one of our equivalent of a men's shed in Auckland Central, are just down the road from the Eden Park, and their space gets parked out by people attending games. So there's groups and individuals who are negatively impacted, but other people who love everything about it. So it's finding that balance and what works. And that's why I refer you back to the October 2024 decision, where it's very clear is that Eden Park said that they didn't think they needed more than 12. There was a whole lot of discussion about that. And in that report, it said the Commissioner's view was it takes it right to the edge of acceptability, approving the 12. Going any further would not be acceptable. So it took them right up to that limit. So it's about managing those impacts and making it good for everyone. Hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks for that. For your fairly Presbyterian input there.
Don't go Presbyterian as well.
It's an interesting thing. I think it's far too expensive, and I want to make sure we standardise it. So you raise a good point there. But if they've got a 5-hour event, we close it off at the start and we close it off at the end, which seems, but we close it off through the middle. And I think we should have, that's the bit that annoys the locals, if they could have it for 1 hour either side of the entry and a bit at the end, but there's no traffic, and while it's on, we should be able to drive around to their friend's place, but then again, half the other people rent their gardens out for parking, so there's two sides of everything on that one there. And then with review of the anti-Sunday things, have you checked with the business traders along Kingsland, because I'm bloody sure they want people on Sundays up there, and we are a country which is one of the few in the world where a majority are not religious. I'm very proud of that. How do you feel about that?
It's about respite more than religion, I have to say. You know, we had Metallica on a Wednesday night, so some people might say, well, that was a school night. So and people still got up and went to school and went to work the next day. So it's not based on religion. This is actually based on building in some respite into people's weekends and week when hopefully they can enjoy some peace and quiet and amenity. I assume that the Kingsland Business Association, like lots of other groups, submitted to the ministry's consultation period when it was open. I assume they would have been shocked if they hadn't. So I can't speak for them. I think the other bit around TMP though is what we know around public transport is people want reliable, and your bus is going to turn up. When you don't know where your bus is going to be, it puts people off public transport and it disadvantages some people. And that potentially, you know, if it could open up in the interim, well, that would be great. However, people still won't know where to go to catch the bus in that 2 hours beforehand and that 2 hours afterwards. So making something effective and reliable so people will use PT is really critical for this city. And it just gets very disrupted here when we're, you know, only a couple of k's from the city, 3 k's from the city centre, and we're trying to move people around.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are issues with the TMP. It needs to be
People
reviewed and
going to the event, but the other thing that you say nothing's changed. What's changing is that we're having TP 120, and we're going to intensify around that area hugely. And there's going to be a lot more people living there shortly than are there now. Those people will be aware that Eden Park is there. I'll be most surprised if anyone moves into an apartment in Kingsland and is unaware that Eden Park's there. So that the people the increase in population is going to be well aware of what they're going into. So I think it might change a bit, because at the moment there's a bit of a reactive group from people who are there and enjoying a peace and quiet, which may well change as a result of building City Rail Link. But having built City Rail Link, we want people to catch the bloody trains. So how do you feel about that?
oh, well, Plan Change 120 sits with you and the governing body, and when that comes through, that may well be the case, but that's not the case right today and now. We don't have 15 stories in the area, and so while we go through that process, this might be a premature application to increase usage of the stadium, but so the plan changes still to run through. So I can't comment on that. That's future. And when that comes through, we know there's already a lot of pushback from that community, I have to say, around the removal of special character areas. And they are pushing back very heavily around the 15-story around walkable catchments, including at Kingsland Station. So you will no doubt hear more about that as well. So some people want to stay the same, and some things people want to see changed.
But it's coming one way or another. So I think you should start querying your people about how they're going to feel about that, because not only is TP 120 going through a process here, having spent the money and having a government clambering all over us saying we've got to intensify there, it's going to be fairly hard for it not to be intensified. We should actually make your local board starting to think about the impact of that. They can't just say it's not going to happen because there's a bit of a proposal from some character houses. It will. It would be hiding you from reality to suggest that there isn't going to be intensification there. And I think the other thing is I noticed that they don't want fireworks. A lot of us love fireworks. That's not another. People who don't like fireworks seem to think they're speaking on behalf of everybody, but that's not true either. All right, just thought I'd balance that and let you think about that. I think you should think about intensification one way or another. It's fairly hard to imagine it's not going to happen. Thank you very much for your report anyhow, and obviously it's quite a long one and you've thought about things a lot. Thank you.
That's right, and just responding through our local board plan, intensification is one of the major issues and challenges, and how we respond to that regarding infrastructure and other things that need to happen to support that. So yeah, it is top of mind for the local board. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Oh yeah, Councillor Burns.
Sorry. Thank you, Margie. I was just wondering, with your local board weighing up 15 potential later nights going to sleep versus the prosperity of your local businesses in the wider regions in the city, what weighs out more important? The businesses being busy and surviving and offering jobs to local kids and people, or 15 extra nights staying up later?
I think it's 30, so the application's for 30, not 15, on top of the current 12. I think that's responded. Look, we didn't have the economic report. We support our the activity, local activity, and we've been trying to work through getting an economic broker working in our area, as well as the 4 bids and business associations we've got. The 2 business associations. So we do think about prosperity locally, but I think I would direct you to have a read of the economic report that the Chief Economist for Council's written about how much will that actually deliver, because that was an interesting read for me yesterday.
Kia ora, Councillor. Right, thank you, Margie. Appreciate the feedback from the local board, and I'll get Councillor Ferry and Councillor Fletcher to move and second your thanks, I assume. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you.
Kia ora, have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I note that we have Claire from the Kingsland Business Association present when the appropriate time comes, because I don't see her on the agenda.
Yes.
Will she be given the opportunity to speak about the economic impact on Kingsland?
So that would be quite out of order. We've gone past public forum, and as far as we know, no one has contacted us yesterday to do that. I had offered if Nick wanted to speak, but he said no, but I have said to him that after the presentation at the item, people might want to ask questions of him, but because the item's specifically about Eden Park, but I don't believe the Kingsland Business Association asked for public forum, and that has to happen the day before.
Thank you for that clarification.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, we should be able to go back to public forum at your discretion.
Yeah, but the public forum, we don't basically have people turn up and ask for public forum at the time. It needs to be within the day before. Yeah. And I have said that Nick is welcome to speak because he said no, but I'm happy to change if he's changed his mind. Yeah, but at the item, if that's all right. Yeah. Right, sorry. We will go to Orake, to Tahuna Toria, and Waiheke and the Inner Gulf Island Shoreline Adaptation Plans. We have Paul, Sage, Marissa, is it Mark? Mark's online. Oh yeah, I can see Mark online. Kia ora. Now, everyone, for the new councillors, you may not have had a lot to do with the shoreline adaptation plan, so we've got pretty clear report, but also the team are going to give you a bit of the context of who they are and also where the shoreline adaptation plans have come from and why we're here today. But we'll be brief, but if you have questions about the entire program, we could take some of that offline, so we'll try and focus on these reports. Kia ora.
Atamarie. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors. For those that I haven't had a chance to meet more wholesomely, ko Paul Kleinak Tokawingawa. I'm the General Manager of Engineering, Assets and Technical Advisory. So I'm joined by Larissa Clark, Sage Vanel, and we also have Leanne Lucas in the seats behind us, should she be required for any questions that we receive. So just a bit of scene setting before I pass over to Lara for the presentation. This is not a new discussion. We've been to this committee or the previous committee in respect of 18 shoreline adaptation plans previously. These are the last two plans in the series of 20, so it's quite a milestone to complete this work. For the new members or new councillors, we're also hoping that this isn't an unfamiliar conversation because of your involvement via local boards previously or engagement with some of the community events, hui or wānanga that we've had in support of these shoreline adaptation plans. Like the other 18 plans that we've brought to this committee for approval, they come with local board endorsement, mana whenua iwi partnership endorsement as well. And I think because we're at the end of this work program, it's worth reflecting that what we're completing today represents the most comprehensive conversation that Auckland Council has had in respect of coastal adaptation with our iwi partners on their rohi, via numerous hui and wānanga, and importantly with our communities as well in the various coastal communities at times that suit those community groups and those stakeholder groups. So a lot of effort and time has gone into quite detailed and at times very granular discussions to bring forward and inform the work that you're going to see today. With that, I'll pass over to Lara and we'll be available for questions. Kia ora.
Ata Maria. It's great to see so many familiar faces and people who I've spoken to with our local board level shoreline adaptation plan discussions. I hope the next few slides serve just as a reminder in terms of the purpose of this program, and I'll just walk us through a little bit of that context before we get into our plan specific details. So as you can see on the screen in front of you, the green area of the region is where we already have developed plans which have been approved, and we're focused in our blue area within the Hauraki Gulf, the Inner Gulf and Waiheke, and the Orake to Tahuna Tōraia area. So first of all, just a reminder in terms of the purpose of our shoreline adaptation plans. They are about long-term consistent decision making for council-owned land and assets, and their scope, the purpose and to what they apply is our council-owned land and assets. So as Paul has noted, they're the first step towards adaptation planning. It builds on a view of coastal management going back to the inception of Auckland Council with our coastal management framework, and it is a series of plans which are living documents which will continue to inform how we manage our assets and our land holdings on behalf of Aucklanders. So stepping through into how this fits within the broader Auckland Council work programme, you will see at the bottom of the graphic on your screen there the shoreline adaptation plans. So they are, and I'll speak to this in terms of implementation, really giving us a roadmap from today in terms of how we think about asset management, how we respond to storm events, and how we make sure that we've got a really comprehensive plan across our many different asset types and land holdings, but they also help us plan for the future. You'll see within the graphic here, which comes from our Resilient Tamaki Makaurau work programme, that we are just a piece of the puzzle alongside our climate plan, alongside the Resilient Tamaki Makaurau work programme, the Auckland Unitary Plan, the education and public facing programmes that we have about sharing information with our communities, our emergency response and management, and all of our individual asset management plans, which the shoreline adaptation plans will inform through their implementation. Now, how have we formulated these plans? What are the steps that we've taken and the information we've considered? Well, first of all, we've looked at the Ministry for the Environment's advice around planning for coastal hazards and climate change, and we've looked at what do we know at a regionally consistent scale around the plans. So you'll see under what is happening on the left-hand side of your screen, a graphic which looks at sea level rise, it looks at coastal inundation, flooding, and our coastal erosion and instability. And when we're talking about our low climate change scenario, we're considering our present day hazardscape, and we're considering 0.5 metre of sea level rise. When we look to our moderate climate change scenario, we're thinking about that 0.5 metre up to 1 metre of sea level rise and what that looks like in terms of coastal flooding, coastal erosion, and our flooding as that interfaces with the coast. And when we're talking about our high climate change scenario, so looking further into the future, we're looking from that 1 metre up to 2 metres of sea level rise, and we're thinking about how we might need to plan and adapt our coastal areas in response to that altered hazardscape and potentially altered frequency of hazard events. Now, when we're thinking about what is happening and we're talking to our communities, we're thinking about what matters most. Now, the focus and purpose of these plans is council's land and assets that we look after on behalf of all of Auckland's communities and future communities. So we're looking at what we've heard through engagement, what we've read about in the policy and the previous engagement that council's undertaken. We've looked at our cultural context, and we've worked alongside all 19 of Auckland's mana whenua. And we've also considered the ecological resources that we are the stewards of in many of our regional parks and our coastal areas. And when we think about what can we do about it, we've had to consider actions across a whole range of different assets. So we're thinking about our roads, we're thinking about transport infrastructure, we're thinking about our parks, we're thinking about our managed areas of our beaches, we're thinking about our water networks as a really comprehensive suite, as I know you're all aware, of infrastructure. And so what we've come up with is these 4 key strategies which give us a pathway through those 3 climate change scenarios you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. and we talk about no action. Where we say no action, we may have limited council assets, and we may have land holdings such as many of our regional parks, which are very natural in their current character, and what we'd be looking at there in terms of a response would be allowing those natural coastal processes to continue. So we wouldn't be looking to intervene in those environments other than perhaps supporting those natural systems such as dunes and the like. Where we talk about maintain, this is applicable to probably the largest portion of our coastline. This is where we have assets and where we have land that we may need to be thinking about how we manage the risk in relation to. So in terms of engineered feedback, and trying to give some examples here, Your Worship, as well, we'd be thinking about how we renew our assets, or what actions we might take if any of our coastal assets are damaged. We would think about what sort of climate change and natural hazard scenarios we need to plan for and ensure those assets are resilient too. So it might look at raising the crest heights if we're thinking about coastal protection structures. We might be thinking about locating things away from our active coastal edge, slightly landward, if we're looking at renewing assets in those coastal environments. Or we might be looking at opportunities for nature-based solutions which can help support some of those natural environmental outcomes as well. Where we have protect, the next one down on your screen there, that's really applied where we have a lot of coastal modification already, or where we might have specific armouring, coastal defences. And protect is really saying we are going to maintain the coastal edge exactly in the location that it is today, and we need to maintain the uses that are there. So that might be some of our major roads and arterial routes. It might be where we have closed landfills at the coast, or where we have really important coastal access structures. So as we talk through today's plans, we can see that through the Ōrākei area with Tāmaki Drive, and we also have some really key and critical coastal infrastructure across the Hauraki Gulf Islands, which is really essential for access in those locations. Adaptation priority tends to come in across our plans in that sort of moderate climate change scenario, and that's where when we look at our hazardscape, we look at the assets and the uses that we have and the values that our communities, our iwi, and our environmental resources have and hold in those areas. We can see that there's a need for further discussions to see whether we invest in further protection or to look at whether we actually need to start moving some of these uses away from these areas, or whether it's a bit of a combination of those things, that we can protect some particular uses and assets, but we might need to think about reimagining the way that we use these areas. So those are our 4 broad strategies that we use to respond to our coastal hazardscape, taking all of those things in the middle into account. Now, this is the last 2 plans, and it's really pleasing to be here before you all today in this work program, which means that we can really focus on implementation and integration right across the council group. So primarily in that first instance, we're looking at better decision making from now, how we integrate and reflect the direction that we've got in these shoreline adaptation plans into our operational maintenance and how we respond if we have damage to our assets or they come up for renewal, how we align with some of our local parks plan making processes and how we think about our engagement with the community about the future use of these spaces, and very specifically for our department, how we weave this into our coastal renewals program, where we're looking after over $1 billion worth of coastal assets across the region. How are we going to make sure that we provide the best future for those assets and for the users of them? Now, the next, I guess, piece of that puzzle is in blue there, priorities and actions, and thinking about budgets into the future. And what we really need to look at here is integrating into many other processes across council, and that slide I showed you with all of those various different pieces of the puzzle. What can we do to make sure that we are doing this in a regionally consistent manner, that we are thinking about how we do this in terms of prioritisation, and that will involve the need for some pilot case studies to see how we do this and how we work in a really integrated manner, and what are the actual funding implications in some of the difficult decisions that no doubt we'll be back speaking to this committee about in the future. So with that sort of program overview, I would now like to move to each of the individual plan areas. Coming first to the Ōrākei to Tahuna Tōreia area, and I'll just give you a few highlights and then we'll move to Waiheke, and then really pleased to take questions. So for our Orake area, we've obviously got, it's at heart of our central area. We've got lots of incredibly highly valued areas from the Parnell Rose Gardens, Takapara Whā, all the way west around Shore Road. We've got Whenua Rangatira, Okahu Bay, Mission Bay, Kohimarama, St Heliers, and coming round to the more secluded bays at the mouth of the Tamaki Inlet with Karaka Bay and Tahuna Tōreia there. We've got key coastal infrastructure. We've got Tamaki Drive, probably one of our sort of premier waterfront areas, and we've got an awful lot of water infrastructure and transport infrastructure which serves these areas and communities. The engagement that we've undertaken, we've had lots of very well publicly attended events within the Orake and Waitemata local board areas, really great support from our local board in that area, and a really passionate community who are keen to be involved in further conversations about adaptation, who want to see action in terms of what's happening and managing their assets at the moment, and really keen to see how adaptation can be a broad community discussion. This area has got a number of pā. It includes the mouth to the Tamaki estuary, so we've had interest and kōrero cultural context shared from a number of iwi across the region. Obviously, we've got Ngāti Whātua Orake's keen interest in Whenua Rangatira, and we've worked alongside Ngāti Whātua Orake in the development of the plan, and looking to recognise and continue that relationship. I'll also acknowledge here with Ngāti Pawa that since the plan was developed, we've moved from a settlement bill to a settlement act, and so in terms of living documents, that will be reflected in the updated plan, and just to acknowledge that there's a wide cultural landscape here. So as I noted, local board feedback has been really key as well, and we've had a lot of I guess, strong support for where we have protect, and acknowledgement for where we have adaptation priority within these areas, and the plans are really reflective of that with the board's endorsement. Now, coming through to our Waiheke area and the Inner Gulf Islands, again, here we have two regional parks, one on Waiheke, one Motu Korea, Browns Island. We've got numerous local parks, and many of those are our beach reserves, so highly valued beach environment, both for the local community and for visitors to the island. We've got co-governed reserves within Waiheke Island as well, and we've got some really key Auckland Council building and infrastructure, such as our ferry terminals, our wharves, waste transfer stations, and closed landfill assets as well. And then that is of course served by our local road network and our local water networks where applicable within the islands. Again, engagement on Waiheke has been really positive. We've had lots of discussions with our local communities and direct engagement with local community organisations, and they've been really supportive of a community involved adaptation planning process, and also really keen to see implementation and action with the coastal infrastructure for the islands. Engagement with iwi within the Waiheke and Inner Gulf Islands has again been with a number of iwi, Ngāti Pawa, Ngāi Taiki Tamaki, Ngāti Whātua, Ngāti Maru, Tamatera, Whanaunga, Patu Kirikiri, and really, you know, a very complex and rich cultural landscape within the islands as well. So that sort of brings us through, I guess, the highlights of our two plan areas, a brief overview of the program, and I will move to any questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thanks so much, Larissa. Awesome work again, and I think that's pretty clear at the end of a huge program there. Do you have a question, Deputy Mayor? Oh. Okay, cool. And Mayor Brown, do you have some questions?
First of all, thanks for your outlining and perspective at the start. I know this is at the end of a whole lot of them, but it's taken me quite a few to get to come to grips with really what you've done, because it presents us several kilograms of detail, and I'm getting more of them. And I thought your opening was pretty good. And perspective is one of those things I've been asking for a little bit, and so that was quite good. But when we come down to the next steps will be when we do something. And can you come back with that slide that shows the next 100 odd years and in various waves, if it's possible? Because it's good to write a report now, but we're going to have to spend some money at some stage or other. And we already have spent some money in some stages. They've got an unbelievably expensive wall around Westhaven, which actually floats up and down and survives during a tidal lift of 3 metres. And I'm kind of worried about the next steps. And you will be able to influence them because you've been quite rational, I'll give you that. But when you look out there, we've got 100 years. And one of the things that worries me that I've been hearing consistently, particularly from government departments who love throwing money out the window, is the need for future proofing. And when City Rail Link opens, you'll go into these ludicrously expensive cathedrals, which are future proofed for in 50 years' time, we're going to have to go from 6-carriage trains to 9-carriage trains. It never occurred to anybody to have 6-carriage trains and just use them 50% more often, which is what I would have done. But nevertheless, these vast, expensive barns down there are for future proofing. And when we do future proofing, what it means is that we're going to either spend a shitload of money we don't have now or not do it at all. And there's been some bad examples of this, and some things which we've done really sensibly in the past are now used as bad examples. With the Harbour Bridge, our forebears built 4 lanes, and they future-proofed it by having strong foundations. But I now hear people criticising for not building 8 lanes at the start, because we didn't have enough money for 8 lanes. So if those idiots had been in charge, we never would have had a bridge. And those idiots are starting to get in control now.
Maybe we'll just get back to the question, Mayor.
Yeah, the question is, have these people got the wherewithal to understand this so that we can resist idiocy? Another example at the moment, right now, is the most needed piece of infrastructure in New Zealand is the rail from 21 kilometres of rail out to Marsden Point, which whilst it's not in our city, will have a huge impact on our city in a positive way. And that should have been built now at a price of $250 million. But somebody said, oh no, we've got to prepare for 2 metres of land rise, which won't happen for over 100 years. And so they've prevented it from happening because it's too expensive. But if they did it, even if that one at the 2 metres rise, at that stage it's 1.5 metres above central Whangarei. So the people from Whangarei would have to flee Whangarei and stand on a railway line, which doesn't strike me as a particularly sensible solution to all this.
I think we
So
definitely...
I'm sorry I'll go on with my examples, but without those examples you can't answer the question. How can we ensure that you are going to guide us to rational expenditure rather than future-proof nonsense which we can't afford for?
The team have a very good answer to this, so...
Kia ora. I think that's a really poignant question, Your Worship. Thank you. I think we do have a few examples, hopefully, which are seen in a positive light within the Auckland region. If we think of the causeway for the Northwestern Motorway, I guess what we're thinking about when we're thinking about planning for the future, we're planning for all of these, you know, the potential for climate change, the potential for sea level rise. It does speak to the examples that you gave. What can we afford today, but how can we make sure that we don't set ourselves on a path dependency in adaptation language so that we have no choices in the future? So how do we build a piece of infrastructure like a road at a level which is resilient to our current climate, which is going to be, if we're thinking, you know, it's a 100+ year piece of infrastructure, able to be adapted with upstands, able to be adapted with further modifications to withstand what we might envisage over that time frame from a climate change or increased storminess and coastal hazard perspective. But then how could we build on that again in the future so that we don't spend money that we don't have today preparing for a situation that we might not encounter today, but we set ourselves a foundation for change. A really important piece of the program will be thinking about signals and triggers for each of our different types of infrastructure across the region and how we work with those asset owners to say, if we are seeing our natural environment change, what are the engineering responses that are most suited to that particular type of infrastructure, and how do we start to sort of embed that in our asset management processes and hopefully sort of educate all the professionals that we're working with within the engineering community and our consent processes to say this is an acceptable solution today. We keep these processes and these pathways open for the future, but we are being financially responsible in terms of what we design today.
Well, that's one of the best answers I've heard for a while. Very good. So if it's going to come up 0.5 metre, what you're saying is we should build 0.5 metre, but do it in a manner that could be made to be 2 metres in another 100 years. That's a very good answer, and unfortunately, that's not the way we've done everything. But if you people stay and keep that in front of everything for the planners and everything else, I shall be very pleased. Thank you very much for a very good answer to a long and most important multi-billion-dollar question.
Can I just add as well, through the chair?
Don't ruin it though.
A very simple, I think, piece to add here is the shoreline adaptation plans inform the coastal asset management plan for Auckland Council, of which we've just prepared and refreshed. And it's the asset management plan that guides some of the sensible thinking, the asset management plan that you've spoken to, including things like better value projects principles that we're including as well. So the shoreline plans exist as a body of information to inform the asset management plan. The asset management plan ensures that we make the right decisions at the right time for the right reasons. And it's not all about building, it's not all about repairing what we own. It's not all about renewing what we own. It's also about considering, do we still need those assets? Can we live without those assets? And there are discussions happening at the moment on a more frequent basis around removal or demolition of assets that we would otherwise have sort of, without thinking too much about it, they're in a pretty poor state, so let's rebuild them. The questioning now is, why were they built in the first instance? How have they been used? How are they currently being used? Do we still require them? And if we were to spend the money on renewal, it's not just the upfront cost of renewal, it's that consequential OPEX discussion that we need to be thinking about as well for the next 30 years of renewing, repairing, maintaining. So,
well, thank you for that. He didn't ruin it. That was even better. You should ring up the Navy. That we're going to spend billions of dollars to protect the wharf so they can anchor before they sink the boat on the nearest reef. That's a very good thing. The last bit there, when we're talking about, because you'll be interacting with various consultants, and I'm a great believer in visiting people who've done something sensible. And whilst I think if I was going to do anything about an underground train, I'd send you all off to China. But in terms of what we're doing, we should go and have a look at Holland, because most of that place is already under seawater level now, and nobody is dying. In fact, they grow tulips and other things there. And so I would suggest that we visit Holland at some stage or other, because they've already 100 years behind or ahead of us in terms of the water's come up and sunk them, but they're still there. You land at the airport 4.5 metres below sea level, and it's actually, you don't land on a flying boat. So there must be some tricks. Thank you very much. I thought it was very useful.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. No surprise you haven't convinced me, but rather than waste your time, I just want to make a couple of questions so that when I make my presentation, mainly for those people who weren't here last term, they know that I know that my facts are right. When you talk about our and talking to everybody and all this stuff, you're actually only talking about our council and Crown-owned land, correct? And when we see the maps up there which show the shoreline area and there's a red line all the way around it, it should actually be cut. It should actually be a dotted line, because we're only talking about certain aspects, correct? And would you agree that that means that we don't have the same financial drivers talking about our land as the private sector would have talking about their ramifications?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Turner, you raised, as you always do, a very pertinent question there around the focus on council land and assets only. I think this is something that we've heard consistently from our communities throughout the program, that there is a need to consider all of those other interests in the coast, the privately held land as well. And I guess that's why I was really keen to include that slide from the Resilient Tamaki Makaurau work program as well, to say that while the focus of this has been on, I guess, the stewardship and the responsibility that council have to look at council-owned land and assets, and it was that very first step. There is that strong voice from our communities, and that need, which is, you know, very much understood by our sister departments across council, to have those conversations with the private sector and with our private landowners, and those are decisions that do need to be made together. So I agree with you, certainly.
Thank you. And then at the last meeting, the Mayor asked the same sort of questions and had the same sort of concerns about future costs, which I agree with him. But he talked about any private people who were gaining betterment from our actions, that they should be paying some of the bills. He also suggested, if I remember correctly, that you know, the private sector, we can't do stuff that benefits them, you know. And your response to that was, all the land outside of the scope, our plan, which is only a guide, we've labelled it no intervention, correct? You've got a blanket label over all the other areas of no intervention.
So through the chair, in terms of areas where it is a sort of only private ownership, or we don't have any council assets which are located in those areas, then it is that first strategy that's on the screen for us here of no action. So that's really saying that there is no action identified to be taken to manage risk to council land and assets. But certainly your point inferred that there may be actions needed to manage private interests in terms of climate change and coastal hazards. That may well be the case.
And in that case, if they go for resource consents, etc., which cost a lot of money these days, our staff would have to view it, even though this isn't a statutory document. You told us at the last meeting, council staff have to take it into consideration. So they'd have to approach that resource consent application with the view that the overlying strategy at the moment for the private sector is no action, correct?
Through the chair, so when we're going through resource consent processes, there is a section in that, the Act that applies to that process, which allows for the consideration of other plans or documents that might be relevant. Obviously, as a region, we have numerous plans and documents. We have area plans and the like, which might need to be considered. The shoreline adaptation plans may be identified as something that could be relevant, but when we read into them and we look at the purpose of those plans and what was considered in terms of when they're developed and that focus on council land and assets, then the person undertaking that statutory assessment in that resource consent setting would need to then weigh whatever that plan is telling them accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Last question, first new and the only new question. In my working all through the natural hazard standards and all that stuff, we are using the worst case scenario as our base decision. Like you have given 3 scenarios there, but we're using in our thinking with everything we're putting together the worst case scenario. Is that correct?
So in terms of what we've considered for the shoreline adaptation plans, what we're looking at is really how our coastal environment may change. We need to consider a particular scenario so that we can actually look at maps and we can talk to our engineers about what might be feasible in terms of different structures or the performance of different assets in that kind of a climate scenario. So we've had to make some decisions about the scenarios that we're thinking about when we have those technical discussions. But what we're really driving at with our shoreline adaptation plans is that they are responsive to the change we see occurring. And so in response to the Mayor's question earlier around the need to develop those signals and triggers for different types of infrastructure, the need to change through these scenarios and the need to take a different pathway will be dependent on the change that we physically see in our environment. So it's not necessarily about taking a worst case or a best case, it's about saying what does change look like And if we reach this point in this scenario for change, our low, moderate or high, what is the action or the pathway that we think that we might need to take here?
So when we look at the flood-prone map and all that sort of stuff to do with the other subjects, those maps have been generated by the computer on the worst-case scenario. The maps we're watching here, the indentation maps that you can get, which show the indentation, which show the indentation zoning, are they based on the worst-case scenario, the top level?
So through the chair, in terms of the mapping that we've looked at the best available regionally consistent information that Auckland Council holds. So what we've looked at for our coastal hazards is the information that was prepared sort of back in the early 2010s, which was prepared by NIWA. Through, I guess, the last 10 or so years of storm events, that coastal storm inundation, we've had some coastal storms which have helped to demonstrate what the extent of that looks like. And then we have the ability to choose different layers in our mapping and different scenarios for sea level rise. So that's the way that we can, with our technical experts, sort of look at what those different scenarios look like and really understand what kind of actions we might need to take for different types of infrastructure and uses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I won't go any further. That was a very complicated answer. I was only looking for yes or no. Thank you.
Very good answer, thank you. And thanks, Councillor. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. I suppose it's the other side of that coin that Councillor Turner mentioned that my question's about. So I'm thinking about things like seawalls that are privately built by individuals on coastal properties on occasion. I'm aware that they can have quite a significant impact on the coastal erosion downstream, as it were. Where does that fit into the shoreline adaptation plans? Is that one of the signals and triggers that you were talking about? So if a private seawall is built and then that then accelerates the coastal erosion on the council-owned asset, for example?
Thank you, through the chair. So in terms of how the potential for effects would be considered or the monitoring associated with those private structures on private land, that's something that would be considered through a resource consent process for those structures and might be subject to conditions or a requirement for monitoring. If there was effects which were sort of identified, then that would be something that could be raised through a sort of a compliance and monitoring type forum to address, you know, any adverse effects associated with a structure like that.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. Just going to the Māori impact statement, and I'm looking at paragraph 61 there. We're talking about treaty settlement processes being ongoing. Just think that we should be also mentioning the Taku Taimwana Act. We should be sort of planning for customary marine titles and things like that, which, as you know, changes the whole face of management around the coast. So I guess my question is, are these plans flexible enough to kind of adjust when these changes go through, if they do go through?
Kia ora, through the chair, great question. I think this is one of the key things about adaptation planning, and certainly for these plans needing to remain living plans. I think from the start of the program up till now, we've had numerous resource management changes, systems sort of mooted and then changed again. We've had numerous legislative changes, and I guess the best outcome we can look for adaptation planning is getting some shared objectives and some shared outcomes and finding those areas of how do we want this place to look in the future for our future generations as well as our current generations. And if we can kind of embed that in our plans, then hopefully they will endure through whatever legislative change we can see.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Just my final question, Chair, is, look, I think this is fantastic work, so thank you for that. I'm just sitting here wondering, and just putting you on the spot a little bit, if a majority of this council were to vote this plan down today, what would actually happen?
Through the chair, I think that would need to be carefully thought through. And I think it would need to be carefully thought through. And I think we've spoken to this with some previous plans around an acknowledgement of community engagement, stakeholder engagement, iwi partnership engagement, and endorsement, local board engagement and endorsement. So, I would like to think that we wouldn't find ourselves in a position where it'd be voted down when we reflect the role and responsibilities of our local boards and where they sit with being able to drive and direct decision-making like this. Also honouring that commitment with our iwi partners. That's not a scenario that we've thought about. Right. The implications of that would be ultimately to understand why it was voted down, to have a conversation around what would need to be amended, changed, revised to bring it back to this committee.
So just to sort of put a fine point on it, so you're talking about a lot of work with stakeholders and a lot of time and also expense. So that would potentially all go out the window, and you might have to start again, or at least partially start again if the committee were to vote down.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. Oh, well, got more questions. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just some points in regard to Waiheke Island coastline. A very important archaeological site. Given this is to deal with impacts of sea level rise, really, isn't it? I may have missed it, but there is an important archaeological site at Owhiti Bay at the eastern end of the island. It's not publicly accessible except from the sea. It's an archaic site. I think Auckland Museum had a look at it about 40 years ago, but nothing has been done to formally survey or investigate it. So I think that's worth noting, considering possible impacts on that very important site. Another more historic site, not a prehistoric site, a historic archaeological site at Church Bay. I think it's kind of mentioned, but that was a massive settlement in the early 19th century, and last time I was around there before a billionaire bought the property. There's vast area of middens there, and I think that's quite important. That's post-European contact. One, you have mentioned that the Hākai Mango Mātiatia Northwest Waiheke proposed marine reserve, but you don't seem to have mentioned the existing Te Matuku Marine Reserve, and that has important implications for sea level rise. If the sea level rises, the marine reserve will get bigger, presumably. However, currently the council is dealing with an application for a tip site, a so-called clean fill, right adjacent to that, and the area floods, and will presumably, under the moderate sea level rise scenario, flood more frequently and more significantly, and that is to discharge into the marine reserve.
Councillor Lee, I'll just see if, because we're still in questions, but I'll just see if Lara has any comments on the three.
Why every time I speak I get interrupted by chairs? Please let me finish. I'm elected to speak here, Mr. Chair, and I'm getting.
Councillor Lee, we're in questions, and I know that.
Yes, I'm sorry. I will get to a question. I've already asked why these things are not there. So please do not interrupt me.
As the chair.
Okay. Now I'm carrying on.
Yep. But
in terms of the Te Matuku Marine Reserve, could you consider the impacts of climate change on the marine reserve with discharges coming from a proposed dump site? Thank you very much.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Lee. So just noting your first point in relation to maybe unrecorded cultural sites and where they might be located in areas where there's very limited council land and assets, and as Councillor Turner was sort of questioning there, they are in many cases identified as the no action strategy. This is, I guess, a conversation, a kōrero that we've had with many of our iwi partners across the region, concern about losing these sites and the need to think about planning for them in the future, not only their cultural but also their heritage value. And so I think that is something that is, forefront of mind for our iwi partners and certainly for many of the specialists within Auckland Council who have interests in terms of that cultural heritage area. Speaking to Te Matuku Reserve, I believe we have identified it in the Volume 3 document. They are rather long documents, so I'd be happy to identify those sections for you. In terms of council land and assets within that particular area of the shoreline adaptation plan, it would be the Te Matuku stockyards and the roading connections there that are sort of, the primary focus of these shoreline adaptation plans. And so in terms of thinking about climate change and sea level rise impacts on the wider marine reserve and the values of that marine reserve, as I said with the cultural heritage, that's something that numerous communities around the region have raised, where there are really important ecological environments. And there's some really key concerns for how they behave with climate change and how we can support those values and make sure that we manage land uses, and that might be more of a unitary plan or Hauraki Gulf Islands district plan function, but also how we can plan for and support those environments. So that's something that we can certainly continue to explore through implementation of the plans and work with our highly skilled ecologists across the organisation.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just through you, I think this is probably in the context of I asked this question in the context of P20 being kind of an active thing that's underway now, the consultation process on that, and us approving this kind of final step of your shoreline adaptation plans, because I think it's really a clarification question just for the public who might be listening in, because I think they get can become confused from messages I'm receiving between the maps that show potential inundation areas or flooding in a storm event or in the future, and that ending up on their LIM reports, and they've never seen their property have an issue before, so they're just querying around that. So what is the relationship, I guess, between that P120 process that's happening now for a listener and what we're talking about in the general, all of them, the adaptation plans and those maps that might, affect their property, and specifically if they haven't witnessed anything on that property before?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Sayers. I'd just like to acknowledge that we have Leanne Lucas and also Mark Tamora online from the planning team, so they can speak to the Plan Change 120 aspects. In terms of the shoreline adaptation plans and the mapped information that our team has relied on, that is the mapped information that you can find online on Auckland Council's website through the GeoMaps viewer. And as I've detailed in response to other questions, there's lots of different scenarios from our present day hazards or hazard scenarios, including different increments of climate change and sea level rise. And when we talk about it in the frame of the shoreline adaptation plans, we are looking at the scenarios that you can still see on the screen at the moment, the low, the moderate and the high change scenarios when we're thinking about the strategies that we propose in these documents. We're relying on that Auckland Council information, and that is what has informed the work that we've done to respond to that. Happy, I'll take the Chair's direction as to whether there's a response here from the PC 120 team as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I think it's connected, but it's not the same thing. So we just have to consider how it was related, because similar to Councillor Turner's question is that a lot of the inputs to the shoreline adaptation plan come from our actual plans, data, engineering reports. It's not the other way. It's not really the shoreline adaptation plans input into our planning document. It's their input into the shoreline adaptation plans, and then we focus on the assets that we have. I don't know if, maybe if we can flick, if there's any specifics, Councillor Sayers, to John, and we can get the team.
Well, I think that's all helpful. What I'm trying to do, Richard, anyone listening in, just what you said might be helpful, what you've just said right now about the way, what's informing what as well. But if there was any further elaboration about those interrelationships, John, that might just be helpful just to clarify that at a high level.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Waniata.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Lara and Sage, great to see you. Did some great work through the Manukau Harbour Shoreline Adaptation Plan, so very grateful for that, and great to see the good work continue. Just with respect to the rail line from Oiraki to Meadowbank, through Hobson Bay, it's a little, or I believe it's a little known fact that it's one of 2 rail lines in the world that's bordered directly by water. So that almost 2 kilometres of rail lines, very unique to the world. But looking here, you've got protect the railway infrastructure over Hobson Bay, understanding that Kiwi Rail owns the rail line. Is there a maintenance plan in place that you're putting across the next 10 to 50 years to assure that all of this investment in the CRL is going to be protected?
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. That is an interesting fact that I've learned something today, so thank you. Through the Chair, in terms of the protect there, the protect is really directed at the Auckland transport interest in exactly that connection as you've identified. So it will be very much, this is the first opportunity to highlight that might be something that we need to consider more carefully over time, and that will need to most certainly be done with Kiwi Rail as the asset owners in that case. So the protect is very much to reinforce the importance of that connection for our public transport network, and it will require those further discussions and thinking around how that will be achieved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Baker. Oh, you comment. Okay. There's no more questions. I'll get you all to step back, but thank you very much.
Chair, just quickly, if I might, just an acknowledgement as we come to the end of the shoreline adaptation plans. Obviously, the work that Lara and Sage have invested in this work program, and it is a vast commitment with a lot of after hours engagement. Also, just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Natasha Carpenter, who couldn't be here today, so having some medical health issue challenges at the moment, so she would have loved to have been here to see this out. You've seen her through the last 18 plans, so just an acknowledgement and a big thanks from me through to the team. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Paul, Sage and Lara and the wider team, I just want to say a huge thanks for the work that you've done. I was actually, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, going to add a B, if that was possible, to thank the team for the work they've done in this space. But today is actually about approving 2 plans. And it comes no surprise as I would support both, specifically around the Ōrākei stuff. I mean, the importance of Tamaki Drive as an important transport corridor, the 46 kilometres of water pipes and the pump station at Ōrākei Domain is one of the busiest pump stations in the region and is important for our infrastructure. As well as Tahuna Taria, which is one of the most special environmental places that we have that borders my colleague Councillor Bartley's ward as well. I notice that this is actually on public land, it's not private, and I think that's important, and you've covered that well. Lara, just a bit of a shout out for you, an endorsement from the Mayor of what you've said. That's not a mean feat, so huge congratulations. I think you can take that as a real big plus as well. But Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'm really pleased to see the final last 2 coming across the line for these plans, which are vitally important for our planning for Auckland going forward. So thank you, and I'm happy to move.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Councillor, yeah, it's coming. Yeah, Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. No surprise, I won't be supporting this. I do want to say thank you for all your work. I understand you've done a lot of work, and I know that you've come and fronted a lot of the public. I too would like to sit here today to see this out, but I doubt that'll be the case. I want to make the point that I agree with the Mayor about the future, about going ahead, about building the right things, making the right actions. he kind of turned his discussion around at the end there when he started talking about Holland, which again is my point. What I'm worried about with this stuff is that it brings in a level of complexity, with all due respect, like Lara's answer to my last question. The public can't navigate through this stuff. And by the time we get to a point where this gets to private land considerations, they'll spend more money trying to get consents and debating all this data we compile than they will doing actual intervention of any sort. I'd also point out, with all due respect, that the cost of our due diligence isn't a reason to continue irrelevant. And I'd also point out that the Northwestern Causeway was raised because it was sinking and went all wobbly, not because the sea was inundating it. I won't say any more. I just let it be known that's why I'll be, to those who haven't seen me voting against this before, I'll vote against it for the last time too. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. And so just, look, these started in Franklin, and I think it's good to see them through. This is about council land. And, we can't do everything for everybody, even though some people want to do that. And so, this is a great piece of work. It allows us to know where we're going, what we need to plan for, and what we might need to budget for. It also allows, and as we've found when we started these in Franklin, talking to the people in the likes of Clark's Beach and other places, it actually gives them some guidance as to what they can possibly do without council doing it to them or for them. And so, because they do have a responsibility as a landowner. And so, well done getting it to this point. I note that 21 local boards have endorsed these. Whilst they might have some little, they might raise things, 21 local boards have endorsed every single one of these, and that cannot be discounted. To Lara Sage, and in particular Paul, but also to Natasha, huge thanks, and all the very best, I think, from all of us to Natasha as she navigates her way through the things that she's facing. So well done, and I just hope that we pop these through, because how bad it would look if we accept 18 and then for some obscure reason vote against 2.
Are there any other speakers? Thank you. I'll just quickly close up as well. I think mostly Deputy Mayor and Councillor Baker have taken most of what I want to say, but just want to say to the team, it has been a phenomenal ride. It hasn't come from nowhere, this work. We think of this Tasman Tempest, we think of 2023 with Gabrielle, all sorts. We have had significant numbers of our assets ruined, then we replaced them, and then the next storm we replace them again. We've had to work with communities to understand whether a seawall is the right thing or a dune is the right thing, and I think communities are starting to understand the changing nature, and that assets might need to be removed, or they can be protected in less structured, concrete ways, and actually get better outcomes for the environment, as well as protecting future assets and parks, and might be moving the Surf Life Saving Club in the future, or whatever it is. Some of the discussion has caused upset, a bit of mourning for potential the future is coming our way. Sadly, some of those early discussions were mirrored in the 2023 floods in Gabrielle. We saw a lot of what was predicted in some of these earlier plans happen in front of our eyes. So also want to acknowledge the team for working with Mana Whenua from the beginning. Often council can present plans already worked up to Mana Whenua and go, what do you think? Please tick it off. But this was done right to the beginning, looking back thousands of years, looking at stories, principles, why we shouldn't have put things in certain areas, how to protect urapa, power sites, middens, things like that, as well as the council infrastructure. So to have, as Councillor Baker says, Mana Whenua virtually on board with every part of these plans, as well as local boards, as well as many communities along that ride. And working with, we delayed some plans to make sure communities felt better, or local boards were on board, changed, tweaked, rewrote. it hasn't been done to us at all. And I think, as the Mayor and others have said, we need to use this correctly to save money, but also make sure communities feel they're getting access. On the Netherlands, go check out their adaptation plans. The Netherlands have a lot of these sorts of plans, and they're all feeds into how they build and how they bring their communities with them because of the issues they're facing. On the Northwestern Causeway, you'll look on the NZTA website, and it's all about climate and the future adaptation and the need to do that massive project 10 or so years ago because of climate change. So, it is really important that we work with the facts as well. And I do want to send thanks to all the team, but especially Natasha right now. I know she would have loved to have been here for the last few plans, and I'm sorry she's unwell, and we wish her well to get better ASAP. But I know she might be watching, like many of us geeks watch council videos when we can't be here. But yeah, thank you all for the work on this. And
Excuse
we need
me,
to go
Mr.
to
Chair.
a division.
Mr. Chair, I will supply you the facts that it was sinking.
No, it was sinking.
Well,
Yes.
thank you. Well, you just said I felt there was an inference.
Councillor,
out of order.
we all have our 5 minutes, and my 5 minutes was to talk about the facts as well. It was sinking, but that was mentioned due to climate change as well. We're going to division. Kia ora.
Thank you, members. A division has been called. We will start the vote, and I'll request you to vote electronically through resolve. Thank you.
Some elevator music. Oh, it says that Councillor Williamson hasn't joined the meeting.
So just to clarify, if you have provided us with a manual vote, it will not show up here, but when we announce the decision, it will show.
We have the Mayor and we have Councillor Watson.
Do we have Councillor
We have the Mayor and we have Councillor Watson.
So we don't have Councillor Lee yet, so we'll just wait for that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lee, did you want to be asked? Councillor Lee, that's out of order. We're in a division. The system is the system, and 19 people used it. Would you like? Well, Councillor Lee, are you going to vote for or against, or are you going to abstain? Well, I would have no idea. I mean, thank you. That's Councillor Lee would like to vote in favour.
Thank you. So that decision is carried 19 for and 1 against. Thank you.
19 votes to 1. Thank you all very much for that. Right, shall we just have a 5-minute bathroom break? Kia ora, everyone. Right, we'll go into the Auckland Unitary Plan. Proposed Plan Change 78 decisions on the quiet, please. Right, we have David, Celia, and Megan. The team will explain this, but just to be very, very clear, and I'm trying to make it easier, we decided to keep the metro centres going under Plan Change 78 because the work was nearly done. This is not the walkable catchments. If you can think about the metro centres like a biscuit and the walkable catchments are like a donut, we're doing the biscuit, the donuts are out for consultation. But yeah. Cool. Thanks, Celia. Or David.
Morena, everyone. Celia Davison. I'm the manager of the Central South team. And I have with me today David Wong, who's a senior policy planner in my unit, and Megan Patrick, who's a team leader in the Heritage unit. We're coming today to ask you for your decision on the independent hearing panel's recommendations on the metropolitan centres, which is still a part of the Plan Change 78 process. Plan Change 78 has been largely withdrawn, and that happened on the 10th of October, but this portion of PC 78 is still to be determined, so that is what we're coming to you today for. So I'll pass over to David.
Your Worship, the Chair and committee members, this is a short presentation covering the independent panel's recommendations on the Metro Centre zone, the decision process and staff recommendations. Before I start the presentation, I think it's important to note that the committee cannot consider information that was not before the independent hearings panel when making their recommendation, so that's quite important to bear that in mind. We're just trying to get the first slide. So just to reiterate what the Chair has said, the recommendations apply specifically just to the Metro Centre zones and not the surrounding areas. In terms of in terms of timeline, the panel provided its recommendations to the Council on the Metropolitan Centre zones on the 12th of September 2025. The recommendations related to the Metropolitan Centre zone precincts except Newland and Westgate, and qualifying matters. Qualifying matters are things like designations and overlays. The IHP recommendations also related to some areas outside the metropolitan zone in Newmarket. And then what Celia has referred to is the withdrawal of Plan Change 78 in October, except as it relates to the metropolitan centre zones, precincts excluding except Newland and Westgate, and qualifying matters. Now the next slide is just simply a map of the metropolitan centre zone, metropolitan centres in Auckland. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a slide of staff's assessment of the panel's recommendations, and they were, so the panel agreed with Council's overall approach and preferred Council's planning and other evidence in most cases, and that's extremely positive. Next slide, please. This slide is about the decision-making process as set out in the first schedule of the Resource Management Act. The Council is required to make decisions on the IHP's recommendations. The council must decide whether to accept or reject each recommendation of the panel. The council's decisions on the IHP recommendations will be notified as soon as possible. The current directions of the Minister require the council's decisions to be publicly notified by the 31st of March 2026. Public notification of the council's decision to accept the IHP recommendations will include the date when provisions will be made operative. Any rejected IHP recommendations will be referred to the Minister together with the council's reasons for rejection and the council's alternative recommendation. Next slide, please. The IHP recommendations are generally consistent with the council position at the hearings, and the only recommendation proposed to be rejected relates to the areas in Plan Change 78 that were withdrawn on the 9th of October. And in the on the slide, you'll see a dotted line for land at the corner of Middleton and Ruby River Roads. And staff recommend that these recommendations be rejected. I apologise, I want to sort of, we're trying to get the light on that area. So you just might want to do that one. Just the dotted line, you have to move it down a little bit.
Oh, down.
Down. Yeah, that, and that area and that one over there. So that's the only part of the recommendations that council rejects. Yeah. That staff recommend that council reject. And then the final slide, next slide please.
Just tell the reason.
Yeah. I'll just talk on the next slide. Council has the ability to correct minor errors. It is proposed to remove references to Plan Change 78 map viewer in the special character overlay for Newmarket. The amendments are set out in attachment B to the agenda report. And the reason why is once decisions are made on the panel's recommendations on the metropolitan centre zones and the provisions become operative, the Plan Change 78 process will be concluded and the Plan Change 78 map viewer will no longer be required. And so that concludes my short presentation. We are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll move. Got a seconder? Councillor Filipaina? Cool. Questions? Councillor Fully. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor first. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go first. Thank you very much for that. I must admit, when I read your paper, it was very much planning speak, so I just wanted to kind of really understand the Newmarket part of it. So if I could ask this question, and I know that you've just given that explanation, but if I put it this way, if the Minister agrees with our rejection of the IHP, why is that good for Council and for Auckland with regards to Newmarket?
Megan, just to answer why we're wanting to reject that bit, yeah.
Just that I read point 38 and it is very much planning speak. I just want to be able to tell people in plain English why the rejection of the IHP for the Newmarket precinct is good for Auckland.
Through you, Chair, I can answer from a special character point of view. The expert evidence that we put forward to the panel through Plan Change 78 was that our experts didn't support the retention of that area, which is the area within this small portion down here. The reason being that there was a proportion of buildings that were non-contributing. there was also a lack of special character business value within that area. So our experts recommended, our special character experts recommended that that area be removed from the special character new market business overlay.
But I guess and the minister might focus on that, but actually the main reason for the rejection is just procedural. This is outside the metro centre, and we've withdrawn this bit. It just happened so close that so the commissioners have gone, oh, this bit should be included in what you've done, but we've actually withdrawn the walkable catchment and put it into 120. And so this part is currently being consulted on, whereas the the larger bit is the metro centre, which we kept in the hearings because it was nearly complete. So I guess that although there may be good or bad reasons, actually the main reason we're rejecting is because it's out of order. It's currently under consultation.
Thank you, that's what I wanted to know.
Question, sorry. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks team for all your work as well. My question relates to section 3.2 of the report that talks about the Manukau precinct. And my question's around the retention, the recommendation by staff, but also that's been accepted by the independent hearing panel to retain the sunlight admission as a qualifying matter. It specifically talks about around the Manukau Square, and I know when I was chair of the local board with what was previously Eke Pānuku, we were really interested in intensifying that space, and there's a specific site there by the bus station and train station where Quest Hotel before COVID was going to go. And I know that the university perhaps was looking at student accommodation as well in that specific space. So, I accept if that's what our experts say and the independent hearing panel accepts that it should remain as a qualifying matter. Can you just clarify if at some stage in the future, if say the university or the local board or as part of the Transform project, we do want to build on that site which really sits where the square is, they can still apply through the normal resource consenting process, even though that qualifying matter will remain there. Is that correct?
Yes, that can happen. It can happen through a resource consent. And if once this provision becomes operative, then that qualifying matter would be taken into consideration through that process as well.
Kia ora, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana, Chair. Tēnā koutou tua kaimahi our staff. Look, on 31 of our agenda, and this confuses me a little bit. It's got here that the IHP recommendation that the Minister rejects, the Minister must decide whether to accept the Council's alternative recommendation. I know that further in the report that an alternative recommendation doesn't need to be put in front of the Council. Is that the case in regards to this particular one?
Yes, so that is the case because this is more like a technical change. It's because we've the panel has recommended that this area be included, and it's actually not inside the metropolitan centre, and so it is actually a technical matter, and so we won't be recommending that he provides anything other than the fact that this is incorrect. Yeah.
And your table 36, I think, explains it more. So that's the bottom staff recommendations. So that's how the process was around the IHP on 12th of September, then 9th of October 25. That's when we ended up doing our 78, and then that's where the explanation is, because it did. 37 and 38 confused me. That's all. But I think that table explains what's happened. Chair, that table there explains that's the process as to why we are seeking to get to reject it.
Essentially, and this happened with the city centre too, the IHP has mostly accepted our recommendations. there were some things that we mediated out and now agreed with the changes, and there were other things that we've agreed with the IHP's decisions. This one we can't agree with because we've actually procedurally removed that area. But technically, because it's been put forward by the independent hearings panel, we have to reject it, and it will go to the minister, and hopefully he can see it's just procedural and will accept that. If he doesn't, it's going to be a weird anomaly that sits,
Kia ora, Chair, can I just take 10 seconds? I just want to acknowledge a student that's internship with Haukura. Her name's Muriwai, and I just want to acknowledge her. She's here till February. She's doing a law and commerce at Victoria University, but is attached. So ngā mihi ki a koe Muriwai, nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai. Kia ora na. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Muriwai. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson's next.
Thank you, Chair. And I did email this in advance and got a bit of an explanation, but I'm wondering if I can just clarify this further with staff as well. Paragraph 4 of the report, I was a little bit thrown by the sentence here, the only metropolitan centres included in PC 120 are Newland and Westgate. How it relates to building height's a bit weird for me because Henderson is according to the draft, 15 stories. Westgate is 15, Newland is 10. Yes. If I've got that correct. Yeah, because we did the public meeting on it last week. So I'm just a little bit confused how this relates to that.
Catchments, though. That's the walkable catchment around the metro, though.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, could you say that again?
What the heights you're referring to are the walkable catchments around the metro. The metro itself is not 10 and 15.
Also, if I can just explain, the two precincts are actually residential precincts,
right.
And so they're not actually part of the metro centres, and that's why it's confusing, because the metro centres those two particular precincts will be considered through PC 120.
Yes.
So but not through this particular process. Yeah, it's very confusing.
That was the bit that threw me. So thanks for that. Thanks,
Yeah.
Chair.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just on the back of that, Mr. Chair. So I didn't realise that. So the metro centre is lesser, or is it the 20 stories?
No, the metro centres, all metro centres have a height of 72.5, which is about 20 stories.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the metro centres mostly have that 72. Then the walkable catchments to them have a varying of 10, 15, sometimes 6. That's the confusion. But the centre and the walkable catchment, so the centre is the biscuit or the donut hole, and then the walkable catchment is like the donut itself. And we're worried about the donuts later. We're worried about the donut hole right now. Sorry. Any other questions? Cool. There's no more questions. We might move straight to a vote. I don't think there's I won't say it. Are there anyone who would like to speak to this? Cool. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. Thanks, staff. Thank you. So the order of business, so the order of business, and I should have said this earlier, we're going to move to 12.1, the Eden Park item now, and then it will be easier to deal with the appointments because we have to do a open agenda, then a confidential, so we may as well do them next to each other, and we also have Nick and others waiting to hear this item as well. So we have, sorry.
pass over to Bruce, who's just basically going to give you a quick overview of what the key proposals are.
Afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'll just provide a brief summary of the recommendations from the Minister's investigation report. No, sorry. So, as you're aware, the Minister commissioned a report to be undertaken and the proposals that come with it, in particular to change the precinct provisions in the Auckland Unitary Plan under the Eden Park precinct. Can you go back? Sorry, I've just, how do you go?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Oh, there we are.
There we go. Sorry, so in effect, the key proposals or key changes that the report outlined was to enable 12 large concerts at 30,000 attendees, 20 medium concerts between 10,000 and 30,000 attendees, and unlimited entertainment events, including music festivals and concerts for less than 10,000 attendees. As you can see there on the right column there, currently the consent provided for last year, I think it's October or December last year, was allowed up to 12 concerts. So when the concerts can occur, proposed under the Minister's report was concerts will be permitted on any day. On the right column there, you can see under the current provisions, there are in effect a suite of respite periods for the community around that area, in particular on Sunday, in a 4-week period, and also at least 1 weekend every 35-day period. The length of the concerts would finish by about 11 p.m. and obviously the duration would be extended to about 8 hours, and that would include, I suspect, pack-in and pack-out times as well. Currently, through the resource consent granted last year, they enabled finishing times up to about 11 p.m. Generally on the weekdays in terms of the unitary plan provisions, it should not exceed 5 hours, and Saturday concerts not exceed 6 hours. The community consultation plan and management plan has been going very well between the community and the Eden Park Trust. There's no change to that, and is recommended through the Minister that still be proceeded with and also be undertaken for any future events. Sports games and recreation at night time, particularly on number 1 field. You've got the proposed changes. Night sport games can occur on any day, and most nighttime sports games would have to comply with the noise standards and a likely finish time of around 10:30 p.m. On the right there, you can see again the current provisions. There are no nighttime games allowed on a Sunday currently. No more than 25 nighttime sports games as well within a 12-month period. No more than 4 nighttime games in a 35-day period. And nighttime cricket, no more than 1 within a 12-month period. And also weekday nighttime sports events must commence after 7:30 and finish by 9:30. The noise standards is proposed to have a 3-stage approach to the levels of noise. With everyday events, or everyday activity, shall I say, sports and recreation and concerts, and also a suite of changes to the proposed noise limits. Currently, the Eden Park precinct provisions and noise standards that apply to all activities for all activities. The 12 concerts that was granted last year have a slightly different noise standard as conditions of their consent. Another proposal basically is the lighting curfew times proposed to be extended to turn off at 12 midnight. Currently it's at 11 p.m. And the other one, which is a key change, is probably pyrotechnics. Professional fireworks displays extended to include pyrotechnics ancillary to an event with no limits to the number in a 12-month period. And as you can see on the right there, in the current provisions, displays are limited to any 12-month event for pyrotechnic events, and displays should not exceed 15 minutes. There's a suite of restrictions there. That's all I have in terms of the summary of that. In terms of the economic implications, they did provide an economic impact assessment report. I think hopefully most members would have read it, but our council's chief economist has provided some comments on that, and he does have some concerns over the robustness of the economic evidence through the methodology adopted, and he considers that the framework for considering trade-offs should be undertaken with a cost-benefit analysis. The potential environmental effects and negative externalities and associated considerations, obviously noise is a big factor, lighting. Auckland Transport has raised the issue of transport and traffic management and the cost involved with the extended times and periods used for events. And in terms of loss of respite for the neighbours and the cumulative impacts, when you factor in the number of events, particularly the concerts, potentially enabled, plus the sporting events and some of the minor events, in terms of the potential removal of restrictions, then obviously it's quite important to manage the suite of events quite well. So the respite periods would undoubtedly be removed or reduced, and the increase in frequency of events has an impact on this in terms of the cumulative impacts and the exposure of particularly noise to the neighbouring community. Council staff have provided feedback, particularly from Auckland Transport, our resource consents and planning divisions, the chief economist unit, and also the environmental monitoring unit has also provided some feedback. You've heard about from the Albert Eden local board themselves in terms of their views this morning. We haven't consulted with the mana whenua, but due to this really short time frame, but we do note that the Minister has a duty to consult with iwi and hapu before he makes his recommendations or makes his changes. The next steps, as has been outlined previously, the Council is required to provide to the Minister by 4 p.m. tomorrow Council feedback, and that's 20 working days from the 3rd of November. And then obviously the Minister must consider any response by the local authority and when deciding whether to make any changes to the regulations. He also must have a duty to consult, obviously, with any party likely to be affected. That, in a summary, is what is the outline in terms of the issues. Happy to take a few questions or just go straight to them.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any questions? And just to let you know, I've offered, so originally Nick said he was fine not to speak, but he would like to, so we'll have questions of the officers first, and then if there's questions of Nick to come, I'll get him to come up as well. Councillor Newman, sorry, is that the first person? Councillor Newman.
Great, thank you. Look, I've tried to get my head around the insight report that was provided, which I thought was pretty robust, actually. So when you're referring to you've some concerns about the analysis, what would those concerns be? Because I don't feel very concerned by by the report in relation to the supply chain contribution that Eden Park's event offering offers to the Auckland economy.
Are you talking about the economic, in terms of the economic?
I'm trying to respond to you made a remark there in relation to some concern in relation to the ministry's reporting. Or look, can you just give some insight as to where you might feel that the analysis might be falling short?
I think you're probably referring to my comment about the robustness of the economic evidence, is that right? Yeah, so I'm not the economic expert. I mean, we do have Gary Slick here from the Chief Economist Unit. He can provide a more detailed analysis or comment on that, if that's okay.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. I think it's a good one. I think you're referring to the Insight report has an appendix that provides economic evidence, and the analysis uses spending. The analysis uses data on spending. I'm sorry, I'll speak closer. I think you're referring to the Insight report, the investigation report that has an appendix that includes an economic analysis using data on spending associated with the events, and it's termed in the report as a change in activity, and that can be beneficial for the economy. And I think there's good reason to believe that it would be, but it's not quite the same as saying there's an economic benefit as such. The economic benefit would really be the increase in profitability to businesses, and we would typically look at that alongside the costs involved to get a sense of net benefit to Auckland. So that was really what the comment related to.
Okay, look, I've got some questions probably for Nick if he's available to take some, and then I'll comment later. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions for officers? Is that? Sorry, I don't have. Oh, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, sorry.
Kia ora. I have what I'm hoping is a fairly straightforward question. The three-stage approach for noise standards to distinguish between suitable levels, etc. Are those three stages based on the type of event or the anticipated decibels?
I think it's both, as I understand it from our comments from from our noise expert. I'll just find it.
While you're looking for it, the logic behind asking that question is that, you know, I'm aware that on paper a kids' concert might seem like it would be quieter than a cricket game, but I've definitely been to Wiggles concerts that are a lot louder than a test match. So it's, I'm glad that the answer is both.
Yeah, so basically our noise expert has some concerns about the three-stage tier approach, and in his advice as appended to the report, he thought this assessment was a bit insufficient, if that's was his words. So he was concerned that obviously the level of the noise, the frequency of events, and the duration are the most important factors at Eden Park, and there has to be probably a better alignment with the type of activities with the noise, and obviously because the time frame allowed for this particular process is probably insufficient at this stage.
Finished, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I just want to confirm in the tabled attachment F, retention of traffic management plans for events over 5,000 and the integrated ticketing over 5,000, because it doesn't apply to Spark Arena, Mount Smart, Western Springs, North Harbour, you're amending that, is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor, which appendix?
You're talking about the Chair's recommendations. They haven't seen those.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Bruce. Any questions of the staff on the report?
Excuse Chair, are you amending 5,000?
Yeah, so the This is, these
Okay,
are
I'll do it
questions
later.
of the...
Sorry, apologies. I'll take my question at another time.
Yeah, questions of officers. We've got Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe he mana. Tēnā koe tō katoa to our kaimahi. And is this the time to ask questions in regards to your new recommendations by addition? Or will that be, shall I wait to ask you those?
So these are just questions for officers. And the chair's recs were prepared with the mayor's office and the deputy mayor like yesterday and the day before. And they are just because the recommendations in the report basically didn't say anything. So I'm happy for you to ask questions of officers, but you can also ask questions of me after the officers, but we will just get, yeah. So we're gonna go for a quick break because the mayor would like some changes to those, and I want it to be clear at that point that everyone knows what is going up. So we'll have a break and look at what the mayor would like to change.
I'll reserve then my pātai to you, to the mayor's office, and to your deputy in regards to these. Just want to acknowledge the staff for the report. So kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor.
Chair, during the break, who should we be talking to around, just so we can understand the options of traffic management plans, because that seems to be an area of interest for us all. Who should we channel those specific questions to so we can do so informally to speed the meeting up?
Is there anyone that can speak to traffic management here?
I can just, in this attachment F, you'll see that there is a transport and traffic management plan, and that kind of picks up on some of the issues that AT finds that they would like addressed if this was to go forward.
Thank you, Celia.
Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Regarding the noise, which was attachment C, the noise review, could you just speak to that and whether that has been taken into consideration with recommendations, because it seems to me to be quite damning.
Well, the purpose of this report is, the overall report is to just provide the information. We garnered feedback from the Styles Group to provide a high-level comment on the proposed changes put forward by the Minister, investigation report. In terms of actual detail, realistically, I mean, it would normally go through a robust process through particularly a plan change or review, where we would tease out the costs and benefits, as well as undertaking the Section 32 analysis to determine the appropriate levels and the like. So the report itself is from Styles Group is a high-level review of the proposed standards. It isn't a real detail.
Okay, so you're not making a recommendation, you've just presented the information to us to make a recommendation. So I'll refer that question later on to the chair. So once this committee has made its recommendation, you will then be assembling the formal feedback, or will you just be passing on the resolution from today with the attachments, or only with attachments that are included in the motion? How's it actually going to go from here?
I can take that. So there will be a letter prepared to the Minister responding to the opportunity for feedback. It will include the resolutions from the committee. That is the feedback. The report is on the confidential agenda, so it's not public. So the report itself that you've received won't go to the Minister unless the committee makes a decision to send the report to the Minister. So it would be the resolutions from the committee with a covering letter.
Okay, thank you. That's what I inferred, and I'll have some questions for the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest, this is not a normal process. This is way faster, and normally we would be asked to submit a submission, but this is not normal process. So whether you are happy with the direction or not, this is very difficult. Like this is at speed and not a normal way we would be asked to do this type of. This is a new law that allows the minister to change our regulations largely without any consultation. But has been consultation. Yeah. Councillor Fletcher.
No, I'm going to explore the traffic management plan further while you have your break. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Other questions, or we've just got to speak? Oh, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question, but it was on this in regards to investigate provision of special event buses from the North Shore for events over 30,000 people. Why just the North Shore? Because when I've been at events at Eden Park and you go to catch the buses, a lot of the North Shore ones are empty. And a lot of people have to walk on Sandringham Road to get out south. Anyway, it's not a strategic question, just something I was asking.
It was more just because the rail is dealt with.
It's because the chair wants to.
I didn't actually put that recommendation up, but yeah.
Having trouble getting there, are you?
No, I normally catch the train.
So it doesn't need to be specifically mentioning North Shore then?
No, I mean, I didn't put that in the list. It was discussed overall because of the lack of access to rail from the shore. There's no rail on.
Oh,
So we've got rail dealt with under the integrated ticketing, but sometimes buses are not. But like I said, we're going to have it adjournment and take it. This has been a very fast process.
Apologies, I need to clarify my response before. We're in open meeting. The report is on the open agenda. So to Councillor Gillen's question about what feedback will be given, the feedback will be the resolutions, not the report, but just to clarify, we are in open right now, as is the report. Yeah, so apologies, I mentioned we're in confidential, we're not.
Councillor Ferry.
Oh, kia ora. I just wanted to explore the noise bit a little bit further because I think it's a little bit confusing, and I just wanted to, because we've got the report from Marshall Day Acoustics that's attached to the Insight report, and then we've got the report from I keep wanting to say Harry Styles, but it's not Harry Styles. I'm just going to say Styles. The Styles report seems to say that the Marshall Day report doesn't actually address some of the provisions that are being asked for. So is that that's unhelpful? What is your sort of comment, I guess, on that? Ordinarily we would have, the Marshall Day report might have some stuff that says, this is our view about the noise impacts of these provisions, but we don't have that. We only have the Styles report, so that makes it difficult.
I think the Marshall Day conclusions are inside the Insight report, are part of that Insight report. What John Styles or our consultant commented on was that it appeared that they hadn't had all of the information in order to come to their conclusions. That was his assessment, but noting that all of this has happened in a really very quick space of time, including for the Insight team. Yep. I believe they also only had less than 30 days to do all the work that they had to do as well. So it's been a very, very quick process.
Okay, so when the Styles report says the Marshall Day acoustics advice does not address these changes for the number of concerts portion, the concerts for less than 10,000 people, the when and how often concerts occur staff. Well, a number of things. There's a whole list of things. That makes it very difficult for us in terms of thinking about that particular aspect, and that is one of the things that has obviously we're talking about the traffic impact as well, and I think that noise and traffic are kind of the two big impacts I hear about from the community, right? There are others, but those are the biggest. So it's quite difficult for us to weigh this up when we only have the Styles information. Do you have any advice on how we might capture some useful feedback for the Minister, given that limitation?
So all the information from the ministers in that Insight report, that's all we received.
Okay.
And that's all we've had comments made on. And I think the thing to do with the Styles report is that he was also noting that there was a consenting process for the 12 concerts.
Yeah.
And those 12 concerts in that consent decision noted that the noise limits were at the upper limit. And so what Stiles is saying is that by adding further concerts, and obviously they all come with a certain limit on noise or an amount of noise, that you're starting to go beyond what is beyond those upper limits. So, but he obviously has only been able to look at what has been presented to him through the insight report. We haven't got any further details than that.
Okay, so this one might be more of a sort of a question about how we're framing up our feedback, because this is feedback that we're giving to the minister through their process. The minister will make the decision. We're not the decision makers. We're giving feedback. So I guess I'm thinking about how we best frame up that feedback, and I don't know what changes the mayor's seeking, but I guess a little bit of advice perhaps from, and this might be, I'm looking at John, how we can best frame up our feedback in a way that presents these issues to the minister and has influence on him, not in a dodgy way, in a transparent way, because we're resolving, right? And, you know, best encourages him to look at all this stuff, because I think that's ultimately what we need to achieve here is we're putting in front of him, hey, these are the issues that need to be addressed in the way that you make your decision. So, any advice on how we best frame that up?
Just a brief response, if I may, through the chair. Absolutely, the Stiles report that we commissioned very short time period does identify some gaps in the Marshall Day report, which is part of the Minister's information. And you do have both on the agenda. You have the Marshall Day in the Insight Minister's report. It's an attachment to that report. It's on the agenda, and we have the Stiles report. So at a high level, our acoustic expert is saying that there are some deficiencies with the analysis by Marshall Day to date. It seems from John Stiles that perhaps Marshall Day hasn't conducted a full assessment of the more permissive regime in terms of concerts, number of concerts, frequency, respite between them. So in terms of feedback, the Chair's recommendations, as I've seen, do encourage, request that the Minister does further consider the impacts of noise on adjacent residents and comes up with a package of provisions that more adequately address those. So I think from what I've seen of the Chair's recs, there is a lead in there. The Chair's recs aren't calling out any deficiencies in any of the expertise. They're just noting that there is really an important opportunity to further look at how noise might be managed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Gillen.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, has the consultation results been provided to you, or have you had an indication of what the consultation came back with? That's one referred to in paragraph 17.
No, we haven't seen those consultation results. The Minister went out for consultation for 5 days, but we haven't seen that.
Okay, we might just get Gary to step back, and then Nick, if you'd like to come up, and if there's any questions. Kia ora, Nick.
Kia ora, and thank you for your time. I've been listening to the conversation this morning, and the Chair mentioned some donuts and biscuits. So I reached out to one of our local businesses, Bluebell's Cupcakes, and they've, within an hour, delivered some Auckland Council Eden Park cupcakes. So when there is a break, now I must emphasise, Councillor Ferry will never accept a ticket because she thinks I'm bribing her. I've emphasised...
I've never said that, no. Councillor Lee doesn't accept them either.
What I would say is that, as I mentioned earlier this week, that I want to ensure that Eden Park is celebrated, the events held at Eden Park. And I just thought when I was sitting there, I'd list this for councillors before I start. 660, Billy Joel, Ed Sheeran, Pink, Guns N' Roses, Coldplay, Metallica, Luke Combs, Travis Scott, world's largest haka, to Matatini. That has all been delivered since our consent to get concerts. And I think what has been missed today is that this is not about concerts. This is about all activities at Eden Park. And I also heard in the conversation about seawalls, about asset management. Now, each year Eden Park needs to spend $8 million on asset management. At the moment, some of that money has been filtered for resource consent. So I want to just talk as to why we need to simplify, have greater flexibility and remove barriers and costs. So operational restrictions, limiting 25 nighttime events per year. Nighttime is dictated by what time the sun sets. Now, since I've started, women's sport has been recategorised from curtain raisers to equal billing. So if I want to hold men's and women's sport at Eden Park on multiple nights, I then come up against a criteria of no more than 4 nighttime events in a 35-day period. Now, that might mean 1,000 people coming to an NPC game, but then that dictates whether or not I can actually host a women's LPG game. So any daytime activity permitted within 24 hours of a nighttime event? None. So if we hold something on a Friday night, we then can't hold it on a Saturday without amendments. A maximum of 4 concerts permitted within a 4-week period. Again, we have the opportunity to share staging. That means 1 bump in. So why would we restrict having it to 4? No Sunday night concerts. Now this is something that I heard comments made earlier this morning, so I thought I just want to actually deal in facts. So I got out the research from the Eden Park Residents Association, 248 members, and the question was asked, overall, would you support concerts on a Sunday night? 84% submitted in support at the last hearing. So to suggest that the community doesn't support concerts on a Sunday is not factual, and that is evidence that was given in the 2024 hearing, so people can get access to that survey. I also would bring you to the functions limitations that have been talked about, but also concepts that we know that we can develop. There's been much discussion around Big Bash League, NRL Magic Round, Super Rugby, Super Round, triple header weekends involving rugby league, rugby union and football, NRL home away from home fixtures, A-League finals fixtures, domestic content. So I'll come then to the example of the new OFC competition. And the new OFC competition is a competition that is brought to you by FIFA, OFC Pro League 2026. So at this stage, we don't have a consent for these events that have been announced. 7 May, 9 May, 12 May, 24 May. The anticipated attendance is 5,000 for those fixtures. They're double headers, and they give people an opportunity to participate in the FIFA Club Championship. That is a competition that takes people to the global stage. We've had Auckland City participate in that competition previously. What I would also say is that cultural exhibitions, community, so events like Polyfest, Diwali, Te Matatini, as I've mentioned earlier, Fashion Week, exhibitions, large-scale Christmas in the Park, wine festivals, these are all events that we want to hold. And we engage with the community, we engage with all stakeholders to ensure that they are part of the decision-making process. I've heard about Auckland Transport. I think we need to emphasise that the CRL is coming, and with that infrastructure, there will be significant change for our city, positive change for our city. I'll talk to Jehovah's Witness Congress that's in January next year. When we bid for that event, we knew that it was going to be challenging. In January, Auckland Transport has a lot of their staff off. So we work with the CEO to ensure that the 20,000 guests who are attending that event could be accommodated. That event is conservatively estimating 17,631 room nights for our great city. So what I'm wanting to emphasise today to everyone is that this is about flexibility. It's about ensuring that we can have discussions with promoters, with community groups, with events like One Love that is now being cancelled. And Eden Park wants to have a Pacifica and Māori festival at Eden Park. We already have discussions after seeing the popularity of Joss Totofi at the recent League International, but we don't have consent for that currently. So what I would say is that the research is compelling. We've got $1 billion asset that has been underutilised, and I encourage you all to eliminate some of the paperwork that is occurring to ensure that we can actually continue to deliver for our city. Thank you.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you very much. And I know you meant it in a bit of a joke, but just Councillor Ferry's never ever said tickets are a bribe, and I don't think she takes tickets from any stadium, and she does attend many of your community events and liaison groups. So I just want to say that it's Councillor Ferry's only said positive things about Eden Park to me ever. So
I apologise, it wasn't intended to offend.
Right. Any questions for, sorry, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, and thanks for that, Nick, and thanks for all of the work that you and Eden Park do as well in our community. I guess because, you know, the two big things is traffic management and noise. And you did talk about the Metallica concert that was on a Wednesday. Could you just talk about that and what you said about the noise then and assurances you can give us around, you know, the noise not being as big a factor as perhaps we might think it is? Kia ora.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for your support of the park. In terms of Metallica, I'm only aware of 2 complaints surrounding noise, and that was from residents that were from quite some distance from the park. So I think it's been made known here today that around the perimeter of Eden Park there's an acoustic shell. We now operate in an environment where when acts come to town, they want to ensure that every lyric is heard. It's not the old days of having 37 metres of speakers and trying to blast everyone's ears. So I don't believe that that is a consistent piece of feedback we've received throughout. Travis Scott, we had him on stage for just over an hour. Yes, it was loud, but it complied with our noise requirements under council. It's not for me to determine what genre of artists we should have at Eden Park. We're a venue for all in the National Stadium.
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Filipaina.
Tēnā koe hea mana, tēnā koe Nick. My question is on number 5 of the... Have you seen the Chair's recommendations for the addition? Oh, okay. You haven't? Kapai.
I gave him the ones to look at that we've got, but I haven't.
Yeah, I just had a question on number 5, but I'll save that because Nick hasn't got...
Nick has seen those ones.
Pardon?
Nick has seen those. Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen that one.
I just got this before the meeting.
Yeah.
So,
you seen this one?
Just before the meeting, yep.
Okay, kapai. That'll cost you a donut. Look, I just wanted to ask, how then will those costs associated to number 5 be borne?
Could you just
Okay,
clarify?
so I've got here that note that any cost arising from extended use and enhanced operational flexibility at Eden Park, such as those costs associated with traffic management plans and additional public transport services, will require additional funding and must not be borne by Auckland Council. What plan have you got in place with the additional cost that may well come depending on the decision?
Well, just historically, the promoter generally picks up the cost, so it's passed on to the promoter, and it is a point of contention on settlement because it's just an additional cost borne in other cities. A lot of the time, that service is provided as part of the overall event service.
Thanks, Councillor. And the Mayor wanted it clearly stated after that a bed tax would help assist with this types of things. And as Nick's saying, in some of those other Australian states, for instance, they put a lot of the state government money or taxes like bed taxes into infrastructure. At the moment, if there's extra, it comes from all ratepayers.
The reason I've asked that question is because we're still in public, and so the community will know at least. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, I'm not sure if you can answer this question personally, but it's just more around the economic data around the 22% growth. I follow quite a lot of economic channels, and the normal growth for hospo and businesses locally in Auckland is 0.7 to 4%. 22% growth is huge. So how's that data analysed? Because most of our local businesses regionally, you know, are depressed, tired and shutting their doors. So economically, 22% is a pretty massive achievement.
Thank you for the question. I'll talk to the Dominion Road Business Association, and through the chair I'd ask if it's possible. We have the chair of the Kingsland Business Association, or the Fringe District, here, and wondered, I know that Claire would be better positioned to answer that question, so I'm happy to do it in terms of Dominion Road first, and then subject to your approval, Chair.
Yeah, if you give Dominion Road, and then it's fairly out of order because it wasn't requested of us to speak, but I will let Claire just answer maybe briefly, but we'll try and keep it tight. Otherwise, we've got a lot of questions as well. So
appreciate it. Thank you. So I did want to just touch on the Dominion Road Business Association. Since 2020, we've worked with them on Purple Flag accreditation. That is to deliver safe service provision across that area. I got a note from the chair or the manager of that association. He said, the event economy, by partnering closely with Eden Park, we have turned 50,000 sports and music fans into our customers. When Coldplay played last November, our dining revenue surged 22%. We proved that with the right management, you can fill a stadium and the high street simultaneously without chaos. So that was the feedback from that association, and that we engage with them around every event held at the park.
Kia ora, I'm Claire Baxter-Cardy. I represent the Fringe District, and we represent Morningside and Kingsland and the area around Eden Park. For us, it's a significant boost to our local economy. We're looking at 400 to 600% increase in the hospitality sector, to the point, like for the All Blacks versus South Africa test match, for instance, this year, that people were piling out onto the streets. For us, it's hugely important that this happens, and it keeps our doors open and our people happy, and it keeps them reinvesting in our area. That's what's really important to us. We don't just want our businesses to survive, we need them to thrive, and in doing so, that reinvestment is in staff, it's in infrastructure, it's in purchasing buildings. They want to stay in Kingsland and Morningside, they don't want to move elsewhere, and this will help them stay there.
Thanks, Claire. One example I did get sent overnight was a company who said, Black Pineapple Co. Metallica last week enabled one of my Kingsland customers to get back on track with overdue bills owed to me. That's how significant a single day of trade can be for these retailers.
Cool. Thank you. We have about 6 questioners. Can we just make sure if you hear your question, be asked and answered? Maybe don't ask it again. Councillor Sayers.
Looking for me in the wrong spot there, Chair. Yeah, good one. Look, first of all, I just want to acknowledge you, Chair, for allowing Nick to come up and talk to us. So thank you very much for that, and thank you, Nick, for being here to take some questions. My question is very financially based, transactional, around $40 million. That's that loan that we've got out. It's only 3 years away now, and it's due to be repaid to us. So logic would tell us that if you can generate more profit, you can actually pay that back. So can you give me a sense, or us a sense, of how that loan repayment's tracking in terms of your reserves, or however you plan to repay that, versus the potential of extra net profit, so you can actually repay that loan? So I'm targeting on that, and I want to know how we get the money back, Nick.
Well, since the Rugby World Cup in 2011, Eden Park has delivered over $1 billion of GDP benefit for Auckland. So the 50 million, most councils around the table understand the history of the 50 million. Eden Park hasn't been in a position to be able to pay off that number. I think it's currently at 48.5 million. What I would say is that with 5 concerts last year, Eden Park delivered a $4.2 million profit. With 1 concert this coming year, we're anticipating a profit of around $200,000. So having the diverse event calendar is material to our financial outcome. I also mentioned earlier this week around the need for asset management and the investment in the asset. For our city to continue to attract these events, we need to be competitive against the east coast of Australia, and that means being able to continually upgrade our facility.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Nick, I'm wondering if some of the concern from some is around the event offering as opposed to noise, but noise appears to be emerging as an issue from some. But from my understanding, and just give a little bit of insight here, your 2020 consent that you got required the acoustic barrier. Can you just give a sense of the scale of that? And secondly, have you ever copped an abatement notice for a noise breach?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So just to answer the last question first, no. The team have been able to comply with all requirements since the consent was granted. The acoustic barrier was in the vicinity of a $7 million investment, and we understand that there was a requirement under the 2011 consent around the Rugby World Cup. It was never implemented. We committed to council, subject to obviously getting the concert consent, that would be installed. We did it prior to that process to ensure our commitment was guaranteed. The preference now from promoters is a Western End stage, getting up to 65,000 capacity, that then obviously shelters. So we engage with residents even at as high as near the top of Mount Eden, and they said that one promoter who lives up in that vicinity, he said, you really are getting things running so smoothly. I didn't hear Metallica the other night.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. In context of the question that I'm going to put to Nick, I just want to say that having worked with David Kennedy as who was an earlier CEO, and having worked with Guy Nata and now yourself, to finally be able to look at some evidence-based on the basis that we're acknowledging the national status of Eden Park and we're not pursuing any pipe dreams of waterfront stadiums for the time being. I just want to know from you how important it is, and you've heard the interest that we have in an economic sense, and it was great to hear from Claire. How important is it that we support this, to Eden Park, acknowledging that there will be trade-offs, that there isn't necessarily going to be a formula that we can just tick a box and say, oh, well, everyone's going to be happy. But can you just speak to the importance of the decision we might take today in terms of what we support and what we don't support?
Thanks for the question. And noting the conversation earlier today about climate change, I would be surprised if anyone would be interested in building a downtown stadium. As far as your comments and questions around Eden Park and the ongoing viability, we're like no other business. They need to consider to change and evolve with needs. So I'm sure this council is considering what impact AI is having. We're seeing the experience economy being a priority. People want to go and experience live events. So we need to be able to provide them with the stage and the platform to be able to experience those events. 70% of today's revenue wasn't part of the business model when I started. So you look at the transformation, you look at there is swings and roundabouts in terms of popularity of sports and the need for us to adapt to new genres. And having the flexibility to be able to do so is going to be critical for us. And that is what this is all about for us. The investigation is to ensure that we have greater flexibility to be able to deliver a diverse range of events for the people of Auckland and New Zealand.
Given the amount of time that you've actually spent to get to the point we are today, are there any areas of advice you would give us to counter the traffic management issues that have been put forward from within the community?
So I mentioned earlier about the CRL, it's going to be transformational. The footbridge that was proposed in 2011 from Eden Park into Kingsland is critical infrastructure, and I do think that that is something that should be prioritised. That would then eliminate the need for the majority of road closures of Sandringham Road. There is also a need to consider resident-only parking on a 7-day-a-week basis. We see in streets like Cromwell as an example. If we were to go to Cromwell today, that street will be parked out by either people who are working in Dominion Road or parking and catching buses into town. On an event day, it's a resident-only parking and the street is vacant. So implementing now the need for a review around resident-only parking, particularly around CRL stations, is critical. And I spoke to a resident in Cromwell the day after Metallica, who mentioned that during the Metallica event, the street was vacant. But the morning of going past her house, people were starting to park there and then commute into town. So there is definitely items within our control. If people are familiar with around the streets of Eden Park, one of the greatest bugbears of residents is the pink signs that get stuck up for every event. There must be a better solution with technology than those signs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry, and then I've got 2 more questions. We're going to cut off questions there, otherwise we'll be here all day. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thanks. I've just got 2 very quick ones. And really glad to hear you mention the resident parking scheme issue. It's coming up a lot around there. So will the park support, because we've had some problems with AT, accepting the need for a resident parking scheme, would the park support that?
Definitely. Yeah. There is varying views from residents as to whether or not it should be to have visitors having 2 hours, etc. So it needs to be thought through, but there's no question we're seeing more and more people parking and commuting with public transport.
Cool. And the other question I had, which again is very straightforward and it's not meant to be a trap, I have Googled to try and see if you've taken a public position on this, but I couldn't find it. So apologies if you have. Do you support a bed-night levy for Auckland?
The Mayor is very happy that I've said it publicly. Yes, I do.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask your thoughts, Nick, around what I'm reading in some of these reports about spending versus economic benefit, because it says that the spending is simply shifted from other parts of the economy. But if it wasn't for the events that you were holding at Eden Park, there wouldn't be people in that area to spend. So how is that not economic benefit? That's just my own personal thoughts. I don't follow economic trends or read economic reports, but I do go clubbing in Kingsland. I've gone to Rosanna's, Kingslander, Groove Bar, Portland, and I've gone, thank you, I still go clubbing, and it's empty, yeah, and that's just last weekend. And it's, you know, it's kind of empty, and I don't mind because there's no big crowds, but those businesses, they do mind. And when Eden Park has an event on, it's chock-a-block. So I don't go clubbing when Eden Park has events on. So how is that not economic benefit? Because you're bringing all the people into the area. So anyway, I just wanted to know your thoughts.
Thank you for the question. And I must admit, I didn't see you as a clubber in Kingsland, but I now do. As far as the economic benefit, it's pretty straightforward. 70% of people who attended Metallica came from outside of Auckland and New Zealand. I've heard around this table that people around this table have gone to, whether it be Phil Collins in Brisbane, Oasis in Melbourne, Lady Gaga in Australia coming up. These people are earning money in New Zealand and spending it in Australia, the GST revenue alone. And our businesses are missing out on these opportunities. So I find it very difficult that anyone could argue that if an event is not coming to New Zealand, that money is leaking out of our economy. So when you talk to the 3,000 people who work on our event days, I've talked to these stats before, many of them second job. Many of these individuals, it's critical to their family unit to have that shift at Eden Park. And it creates then career paths. A lot of the residents actually, their children or parents actually work at Eden Park also in our retail teams. So all of these factors, yes, there is an economic benefit, there's a social good, but it's a feel-good factor as well. When I drove through Mission Bay the next couple of days after Metallica and seeing people wearing their Metallica t-shirts, that's good for our city. So my final comment is, and it was from a restaurant in Devonport after Billy Joel, they wrote to us to say we had a full restaurant prior to Billy Joel, and then the individuals caught the ferry to Eden Park. So it's not just isolated also to the Kingsland, Dominion Road and Morningside area. It's a halo effect. Newmarket, Westfield often talks about when concerts are on at Eden Park, the halo effect for them in terms of the spending habits. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Winiata.
Yes, thank you, Nick. With respect to tickets to the event, I'd implore as many councillors as possible to go along and see how these events affect the local economy and traffic. One of the things that pained me slightly was seeing Auckland traffic slow down just because of an event in Eden Park. But with respect to the public transport provision that was put on, do you find that acceptable? And is there more that we can do and learn from what was provided?
So I did read the recommendation around, it was under D and E. I do think there needs to be further discussion in the recommendation on that, on the basis that we don't want to disadvantage Eden Park against other venues in Auckland. That being said, we are very conscious that integrated ticketing provides a wonderful solution for event goers. So, but it shouldn't be mandated because otherwise it just imposes another cost on promoters. We advocate for it, but a crowd of up to 5,000, I don't think that is a necessity. I think maybe 10,000 maybe is a more realistic number. We've got to also remember, and 2 points, sorry, if I can make, there were some restrictions on Friday nights and when games could start. When these restrictions were put in place, there wasn't a thing called working from home. So a lot of people on a Friday choose to work from home. So the actual public transport on a Friday is actually quieter than on perhaps some of the other days. And when it also comes to the technology now, tap and go is available to everyone. So there's no reason why they can't use that technology when they're on public transport.
How many sold out events or close to full capacity events have there been since the increase in events allowed at Eden Park?
The reality is that other than the All Blacks and concerts, we don't have sellout events, and that's a real challenge for us. The majority of our events are under 10,000 currently.
So the concerts with the artists that are coming over, they are bringing in.
That's it, yeah. So concerts, I was talking with the promoter for Metallica, Live Nation. They've brought 4 events to us. All 4 of those artists have sold out all their shows at Eden Park.
Because we can't hold consecutive nights for concerts, do you think that was a decision with Oasis not coming over to Auckland?
I don't want to get in trouble with promoters. They don't like me talking about specific artists, but there's a number of factors considered when determining to come to markets. One is about seed funding, and we've got that addressed with the central government event fund. Other factors include the availability of nights. So we don't want to be in a situation where an artist and a barrier incurs. When we were doing our second consent for concerts, Pearl Jam was held at Mount Smart on a Sunday night. So it's not as though concerts don't happen in Auckland. I've been to Cirque du Soleil at Spark Arena on a Sunday night.
Yeah, I guess with the intensification that's coming, one of the things that I would be loath to see is Eden Park go the way of Western Springs with more sound restrictions and things like that. But looking at sound restrictions, a roof would, I understand, if you're around Spark Arena during a concert, you hear almost nothing. Are we on track to get that in the near future?
We have a proposal to put a roof on Eden Park. Eden Park 2.1 was endorsed by councillors. There's a cost of around 550 million. The first stage is 125 million for the retractable stands and the adaptive reuse of the north stand. If the money was available today, we'd be able to deliver that project in under 5 years.
Thank you. One more question. Did the the number of events that you can hold lead to a restriction on the number of games for the FIFA World Cup that you could have held at Eden Park?
Well, again, that's a great case study whereby we bid for the event without a consent. And if we had gone down the path of requiring a notified consent or an appeal to the Environment Court, we would have needed central government intervention to be able to host the event. So we're fortunate that we were able to get a consent post the announcement and there wasn't any objections. But that is a great example where we had sold out fixture on a Monday night and no complaints.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Last question, Councillor Wata.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Nick, in your presentation there, you mentioned the term flexibility, and when I look at this comparison table between the status quo and the proposed amendments, particularly, well, my interest is in the sports, and just how incredibly restrictive it is now, and it doesn't seem to have taken any account of the huge growth in nighttime sport. So the days of Saturday 3 o'clock rugby, they've gone. So, and they don't seem to take account of the fact that some codes over the last few years, NRL for instance, have played on virtually every night of the week. Mondays, Wednesdays, whatever. So when I look at the no more than 25 nighttime sports within 12 months, that's an average of 2 a month. No more than 4 nighttime sports in a 35-day period. You could have 4 in a week if you were attracting essentially 8 codes. We've got rugby, cricket, football and league, times 2 because of women's sport. So logistically, the status quo takes no account of this massive growth in codes and in nighttime sports in the last 2 decades, but particularly the last decade. So my question after all that, and particularly if we go ahead with 2.1 that we've endorsed, is you would have a significantly underutilised asset in terms of all those codes and given the potential for them to play on every night of the week, including Sundays.
Thanks for those comments, and it's very accurate. I gave the example of the OFC, a new competition that's playing a number of games in a short window of time in the month of May. If you look at also international cricket tours now, they come in, they play 5 games in often 10 days, and then they go out. So we've got to be in a position to be able to accommodate that flexibility that is required now from all our stakeholders. The other point is to note is that we also want to be holding schoolboy rugby. We see the crowds that we attract with schoolboy rugby, but do you sacrifice an event of schoolboy rugby that we know is not going to generate revenue, but it will generate the next Richie McCaw because of our constraints under our resource consent? So these are the anomalies that the world has changed. Unfortunately, our consenting hasn't.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just the one final one. I mean, it goes a lot further than an anomaly, doesn't it now? It's actually logistically impossible under the status quo to cater for the sports we have in Auckland and the international trends. And that's just going to become increasingly the case across all of those codes.
We're missing opportunities. That's the reality.
Kia ora. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, councillors, for the questions. I'll move what's up there with the Bachner. We'll go to lunch, actually, because it's 1:00. So we'll come back at 2 p.m. We'll have 40 minutes. There are some sandwiches, I think, next door, but I know some of us go out of the room. We go, and we will get the recs back on your table, on your desks by the end of lunch. Thank you. I'll move and Deputy Mayor would like to second. And then if you want any questions on the recs, or we can go straight to speaking to the item. Councillor Newman.
Thank you for what's just been circulated. I was quite happy for TMPs for events over 10,000, but now we've got consideration of appropriate TMPs. I mean, for medium events, what's medium events?
It's in the definition of 10 to 30 in the government definition.
In the insight report, medium events are determined to be between 10 and 30,000.
So we're comfortable with that. What about frequency of the events?
So I'll just say with this, so basically, obviously we had the recommendations from staff, which is essentially just accept the advice. And then we worked with the Mayor's Office and the Deputy Mayor's Office just to get a flavour, essentially supporting Eden Park, supporting more events, but putting in for the Minister to consider these things. He or they may not consider any of these things, but we think it's important for them to consider the types of effects on events. I don't know if it's helpful to put numbers up or whatever that is. And Nick has obviously said that they're not looking to ever fill the quota. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Can I suggest that you strike out B because that's actually redundant because that's what we're already doing. And with C, the way I would read that is that we are agreeing to include the feedback from the local board as part of our feedback, which actually means that we are endorsing it, incorporating it as part of our feedback. And earlier on we were advised that is the resolution that's going through as our feedback. So that brings all that into our resolution is how I would read that.
No, that's not correct. So governing body under, so all submissions, say to the fast track or treaty principles bill or whatever, we, governing body, vote our position and then we append the local board submissions. That's under, we're not saying we endorse, we're
Agree
including.
to include the local feedback as part of our feedback.
Yeah, so that's how the
so
process works. That's standard for all.
Oh, if I was a minister, I wouldn't read it as that.
Yeah, because we only are able to put in a submission from the council family, so we must append the relevant local boards.
Then use the word append. And my other point is that we're not actually commenting on much here. It's pretty high level, just asking to consider things. But I mean, where's our view on the Sundays and the extended hours and all the things that are raised in section 16? Are we commenting on any of that?
Well, this is the recommendations from the chair, so we can go into a debate, and if people want to put amendments up, they can, but we're essentially saying that we understand the process we have, and we want the minister to consider these things for future events.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe it's debate then, but we're not really saying much, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Just on the back of Councillor Gillen, yeah, it was my take that the local board were not as bullish, if that's the right word, as the governing body for the support. That's the feeling I got. And if we were to, so this is really just a kind of a guide that we're giving. So if we were to do that and include C, that would kind of water down the thrust of what we're trying to do here to the reader, wouldn't you think? So I just wanted to back up what he said, really, I think.
Yeah, and I'll just repeat what I said. So standard procedure, so you might remember the RMA bill, the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water, the fast track. We gave our feedback as a governing body and then agree to include all the local boards. This time it's just one local board, but normally we would put 21 local boards, different feedback, which may all contradict each other, but that's how the Auckland Super City system works. They aren't putting in their own separate feedback because we're one council.
Yeah, I agree. We sit side by side, not vertically, so we suppose we have to do that. Okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay. Last question, Councillor Lee.
So, obviously Eden Park is a significant amenity for Auckland and the country. I have something of a history with Eden Park. But I'm concerned here that we also have an obligation to our community. And so we have a report from the Ministry for the Environment, and obviously we're reporting to not the Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Penny Simmons, but to another minister altogether. So that's the first question. It's an unusual process, is it not? So could that be explained why we have the Ministry for the Environment being involved, and yet we have the final arbiter as the Minister for Resource Management Act reform of all things? I don't know how that works with Eden Park, but anyway.
Councillor Lee, my understanding is that the Minister for Resource Management Reform has taken certain accountabilities that would normally be from the Minister for the Environment within his responsibility. It may help to have Karina just clarify that. We have asked that question of the Ministry before, but the Minister for Resource Management Reform is able to take over some of those responsibilities and effectively speak on behalf of the Minister for the Environment, but it's probably not quite the right language, so Karina, can you assist a bit further? Because we have had some feedback on that previously, not for the specific item.
Through the Chair, as I understand it, Section 9 of the Constitution Act is used, and under that power, the Minister can exercise the powers of the Minister for the Environment.
Okay, we'll leave that. Now we come to the recommendations, which don't seem to be any recommendations at all. It's just kind of historical matters or restating facts. And I don't think, for instance, in terms of the local board feedback, that was tangible and carefully thought through. Why aren't we recommending or endorsing that rather than just adding it on? Have a look at this. We have no view on it, it seems. Have a look at this extra bit of paper. Should we not be endorsing the local board's approach here?
I think that's more of a that's more of a debating point, Councillor Lee, not a question. We always append the relevant local boards' submissions if they're going to government. This is a bit different. This is not a submission to a bill. This is a proposal that's happening that we are giving advice to the Minister on what they could consider.
You see, the first statement, D1, Auckland Council acknowledges blah, 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 including local vibrancy and cultural connection. I'm not too sure what that actually means, but I think we need to be concerned about not local vibrancy as such, but local vibrations from the
so these are
fireworks, rock, heavy metal rock concerts, helicopters. That's something we should be considering, surely, not just vibrancy.
Yep, and that's why we've put noise management plan can be considered by the Minister. These are debating points, Councillor Lee, so if you'd like a speaking turn, I can put you on the list. These aren't questions.
You see, bear with me, Mr. Chairman. I get the impression that the Ministry, probably with the Minister for RMA reform, seems to be involved with everything, have actually come up with a significant deregulation of the original agreement. It was a 2004 agreement, which is a compromise between the wishes of the community and the needs of Eden Park. And they've substantially given away all those protections, reduce those protections that the community won. I would expect for them to be
Councillor
pushing,
Lee,
for us to
Councillor
be
Lee.
pushing back a bit and say, well,
Once again, this is
I can't see any of that.
That's a debating point. So I will stop. I will go to see if anyone else has questions, then I'll go to debate, and you can start off if you'd like. Are there any other questions? Right. Councillor Lee, would you like to speak to the resolutions?
I'll just ask one more question. But by coincidence, and with the involvement of the said Minister for RMA reform and everything else by the look of it, this particular area is a hot zone for high-rise intensification. So we're expecting thousands of more people to move into this area. So is there not concerns about us inadvertently or perhaps deliberately manufacturing reverse sensitivity effects here? I mean, it's going to... I get complaints from people who live quite away from Eden Park occasionally if there's a particularly egregious heavy metal concert. But surely we're going to expect more problems if we go along with this completely. Shouldn't there be some sort of compromise hammered out? Isn't that the way you meant to do things?
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No, we're into comments. Councillor Baker.
Yep, and so, look, I think there's a number of things, and so I think what's, as you sort of alluded to in your amended recommendations, the TMP is actually something that we can address once we get a little bit of power back from what Auckland Transport do, because we will be able to set an event TMP policy. And so it's not just TMPs for regular events at a place like Eden Park, it's about TMPs and the approach to events in, for Anzac Day services, for Christmas parades, things that most local events fall over now because of the cost of TMP and council. And so there's an ability for us to deal with the TMP costs through post-March 2026 things going to plan. So, I don't think that's a hugie, but it's a good thing to notice. I actually think we need to make some tough decisions here. We need to either decide, are we going to accept, Eden Park 2.1 and get on board with that, or are we going to continue to muddle along and sort of let them exist, doing small events here, big events there, but actually having no real future in front of them? We accepted and endorsed Eden Park 2.1. And yet we have these things we just keep throwing in front of them that make it hard for them to actually do what we want them to do. And so I think we actually need to make some hard decisions at some stage about how well and how much we are going to support Eden Park or not. And, there's a great opportunity. Yes, Plan Change 120 will provide some ability to do some, lifting potentially of the residential intensity. But there's also abilities for us to look at a wider precinct around Eden Park at some stage, where there's some area there that is just crying out for some change, to allow hotels, to allow high-rise apartments, do things in there that actually support the stadium that hosts the largest events in the country and provide such a big fillip to not only the local businesses in Kingsland and Morningside and around that area, but for the whole city. And you can argue all we like about the written economics, and you'll see economists all agreeing or disagreeing and having a different view. The fact is, it lifts hotel patronage, it lifts hospitality patronage, it raises the feeling of greatness and wonder in the city. People enjoy the events that are held there. So I think, we keep fluffing around with Eden Park. We've accepted 2.1. It's our number one venue. It's the number one venue in the country. We've got to start making some decisions that actually support that and give it the kick along that it needs, in my view. So, I am hoping if the minister wasn't interested in doing that, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Obviously, there is a government desire to see Eden Park put up there where it should be. And so I just think that we need to get on with it, and either, if we're not going to do anything, we're not going to accept Eden Park as our major event venue, then so be it, but I don't think we should. I think we should be doing everything we can as a council to support the place, to actually get more events into Auckland and just get on with it, you know, because we are fluffing around.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Sorry, I hadn't expected it to come to me so quickly. Yeah, so I think we've struck a bit of a balance here between acknowledging the benefits and also acknowledging the impacts for the community. I think we heard a bit from the local board chair about, and amongst some other stuff, I asked specifically about the issue with the split response from the community, and that is something that I have experienced too, is that even people who are fully supportive of the proposal as it stands are seeking some kind of, management of that. That's part of the expectation. So I think the fact that we've called out some of those opportunities there is helpful, and shows that we have, we haven't actually haven't had a lot of time to think about this. We haven't had time to workshop it. You heard in the questions that I asked about some of the limitations in terms of the sound advice, for example. There hasn't been time to go back and forth and really interrogate it. So I think this is a sensible way forward, and I'll be supporting it. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Are there any other speakers? Deputy Mayor. Deputy, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, I obviously, I'm sympathetic to the position of Eden Park, and we did make a decision earlier in the year in respect of endorsing that proposal, 2.1 or pi squared or whatever it is, and that's a proposal that is designed to increase the content that Eden Park puts on, not just concerts but sports. And the question I brought up, it seems to me when I look at the status quo that there really does need to be quite a significant shift there, because we just have way more nighttime events now. Most sport, because of programming and television viewer audience and stuff, is nighttime games now. They don't play games in the afternoons, as was the case back in earlier decades. So if they are going to maximise that investment that hopefully comes along, then they're going to have to be far more enabled than they are at the moment. It's actually it is very restrictive. 25 nighttime games over a 12-month period. If you're taking on the number of codes that they're hoping to do, essentially 8, if you differentiate male and female codes, that's a quantum leap of what's been the case in the past. So if we are to enable them, then there obviously has to be changes. I'm a little bemused by the concentration on traffic management plans and whatnot. They've been putting on those plans for all size crowds for about 30 years now. I think they know how to run traffic management, getting to and from Eden Park. I think they've got that pretty well nailed. Certainly in my experience, generally it's very good. So any kind of relief that can be given to these plans that are just repetitive and expensive, that's to me, that's just common sense. I would agree, however, so that's my starting point. I endorse enabling more events, taking away some of the restrictions that seem to me to be a little punitive in terms of the fact we're in 2025 now, but also I think as Councillor Lee alluded to, that there isn't room left for negotiation here. There are residents who live around there. My impression has always been that Eden Park goes out of their way to cultivate really good relationships with those people. They really try hard to get them on board, because obviously they don't want complaints. So they've been a good entity to deal with. However, I think we are the council. We're also duty bound to ensure that our residents that live there are protected, so that's not just open season, because things can change. So in this process, and I think some of these resolutions do that, it opens up that there are concerns with noise, with curfew hour, and those other specifics that we really haven't had time to drill down on. They're quite technical. That is also incorporated in our resolution. So it is a win-win situation. It's not just open slather. There are people who live around there that you want on board. Many whom are, but if we go to the level that's being indicated here, then that balance is changing from what we have at present, which is a bit more managed and not as frequent. Stadiums, by the very nature, often not used, for much big chunks of the year actually. But this is looking to turbocharge things a bit, and understandably so. So I think the resolutions kind of make that balance. There's a lot of implied stuff in here that the implication is that there are going to be negotiations or there are going to be further investigations. But I guess from my perspective, number one, I'm signalling support of the request from Eden Park to enable itself to be far more competitive economically and to put on more content. But I'm also trying to be mindful of the fact that I want to bring the residents along with them too. It's not just, way you go boys, all the best.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think we all know that events at Eden Park generate economic benefit for our region. So let's just take us back and look at what we're doing here. So the government commissioned a report to see whether our planning restrictions were hurting that economic growth. And what that report found was that that our restrictions on Eden Park's operation will cost our region at least $432 million in lost income, with over 750 fewer jobs over the next few years unless changes were made. Now, if you support economic growth in Auckland, if you support cutting red tape to make Eden Park reach a greater level of performance for our region, I believe we need to feedback positively on what the government is asking us for. I was very impressed with the University of Auckland's report, the economic contribution of Eden Park to the Auckland region, where they say that a typical large concert adds about 8.3 million to Auckland's GDP and supports about 114 full-time jobs. In the last 3 years, concerts at Eden Park contributed 33.7 million to our GDP, over just under half a million attendees, 40% of those outside the Auckland region. We know at Metallica, 70% of those people who attended were from outside Auckland. We need to do everything we can to cut that red tape and let it maximise its potential. At the end of the day, though, the decision on Eden Park rests with the Minister, not us. So I believe we need to be positive and support one of our greatest assets in the city to be the best it can and develop economic opportunity to this region, and I think these recommendations assist with that. Thank you.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. I'm going to move a replacement, and I'm just going to send it through now, see if it works, and see if I can still see it. To replace B, I mentioned before B's redundant and not needed, but to replace B with agree to include the Auckland Council Noise Review, which is attachment C, and the Auckland Council Review of Economic Impact Assessment, attachment D, as part of the Policy Planning and Development Committee's feedback to the Minister of Resource Management Act reform. And I've used the same wording that has been indicated is going to be used to include the local board feedback as an appending item, even though it actually says include. Really, that should also appending. But I think it's important to include those in there, because otherwise we actually, in this, I'm just speaking to the member then, in this feedback we have here, while it's all okay, it doesn't actually say anything. It doesn't provide the views of this governing, of this committee, which is actually what we've been asked to provide by the Minister. And so if we are just going to pass over to him, or please consider the following, well then we should also pass over the information that we've been given to consider as well. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Otherwise, Deputy Mayor, are you fine to include? I mean, it's on public record. Do you have a seconder, and then we'll just... Okay, yeah. All those in favour? Or anyone want to debate the amendment? Sorry. Councillor Filipainen.
I just want to clarify that the attachments are just the C, D. What about F? What about any other attachments? Is this the only two, John? I know we've got attachment F as well, and do you want to put that one in and any others that are in the bulk of the report?
Sorry, F's already included.
Yeah.
Referred to.
I think the C is the local.
A, the Minister already has. E
And
is
what was
the
that?
feedback from the local board. I don't think it's necessary, but happy to if the meeting would like me to.
Because, Chair, I just want to clarify, speaking to the amendment, if it's not carried by the mover and the seconder as part of the recommendation, is recommendation C. What is that one currently? I know this relates to B.
He's just replacing B because he thinks B
Yeah.
is irrelevant. B was in the paper, not from
Right.
the chair.
So that's why, are we including all the other attachments or just those two?
You'll have to ask the mover. If this replaces B, F and the local board as attachments are already included in the resolutions. Yeah. Right, any other? Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Look, I tautoko, I guess, the amendment, and, you know, because I understand, I think, what Councillor Gillen is saying, he wants us to have a more explicit statement, I think, that says that we support Eden Park, we support the flexibility they're asking for, and we're trying to send that very strong message to the Minister. And I think that's what some of the concerns being raised by others is that perhaps the resolution as it is, Chair's recommendations, doesn't quite say it as explicitly or as strongly as some of us want to say that. I tautoko the very strong sentiment shared by Councillor Baker and also the Deputy Mayor on our position. I sympathise as well with what the local board has told us too, and what the Chair, the concerns that she raised. I absolutely sympathise with them as the local board for the area. But like many of us have said, we can't deny the economic benefits to our city that Eden Park brings, and the potential further economic benefits that will come if those constraints are loosened somewhat by the Minister. And I just want to share that after the Metallica concert, the next day and the day after that on the weekend in Sylvia Park, which is quite a way away from Eden Park, I saw lots of people shopping with their black Metallica t-shirts, hands full of shopping bags. So the benefit flows right across our city. And if I can talk as well about the Matamata Tonga game, the Tongan game, we all know what the Tongan fans are like. Previously, they used to have to travel to Hamilton for their games. Having the game at Eden Park meant that we kept that economic benefit for the bars and for the restaurants around that area in Auckland. So for all of those reasons, I tautoko and I support this recommendation. And I would have backed as well a slightly stronger statement in there to say to the Minister, in no uncertain terms, that we do back Eden Park's opening up and flexibility and all of those things. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. We're just speaking to the amendment at the moment. Councillor Newman. No. Councillor Henderson to this amendment?
Not to the amendment, Chair.
So, okay. Right. All those in favour of the amendment? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, cool. That has been passed. Thank you. I'm back to the speaking to the... All right. Okay, Councillor Henderson, sorry, to the substantive.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I don't know how you feel about this, Chair. I'm just listening to the debate really carefully, and I note that every speaker so far is supporting more events at Eden Park as a general principle. And I'm just wondering if you wanted to incorporate some language to reflect that a little bit stronger. I didn't get the chance to sort of actually draft it for you, but yeah, I just wanted to put that to your consideration, Chair. It might be something we might want to incorporate because no one seems to be disagreeing.
Right, yeah. So before, would it be after C?
Yeah, that would work.
So, sorry, some words, Auckland... Can you tell us where we're putting it? So it would be after C? Well, sorry, after endorse the following feedback. So it would be D1, it would be the first item.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot here. It's not good practice from me, but...
In principle, Auckland Council supports more events at Eden Park.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that was explicit through working with the Minister on the permitted standards, etc. But
yeah, thanks, I really appreciate that, Chair. Thanks.
and we'll just, myself and the Deputy Mayor are fine to incorporate. So, oh sorry, the things got moved around. Sorry, I'm seeing the new, I don't have the normal list. So I'll go back to Councillor Henderson. Is that all you would like to say in your speaking turn? Because that was your speaking turn as well.
That's all. Now I'm happy, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Newman, sorry.
Chair, I mean, when I first came here, I quickly discovered that there was this, almost like this entrenched body of opinion that was deeply suspicious of Eden Park. I used to come here and I used to get a knot in my stomach because the way in which they were received, and I can remember some of the comments that were expressed to people like Doug Mackay, it was really it was almost confrontational. That's how I felt anyway. And that they were almost perceived to be the opposition, the competitors to the council, as opposed to being New Zealand's national stadium. And so I think we've come quite a long way. I felt in the last term that we wasted more than a year arguing, looking at options for waterfront stadia, which was just, it was so tedious and so pointless and such a circular discussion which was always going to lead back to Eden Park. Now, I listened carefully to the feedback that I was able to hear from the local board, and I get the concern, but here's the thing, Eden Park didn't just get established a year ago. It's 100 years old. In fact, I think the first test match was played at Eden Park more than 100 years ago. Morris Williamson might remember it, but I don't. The issue is around the content, of course. It's not just the content. One of the concerns that the residents will have is the frequency for which some of those night events will occur. And I think there is a need to try and address that. But here's the thing, Chair, regardless of the feedback from today, I actually think the government will do what it wants and will largely ignore it, because if the government is invested in improving Eden Park, and if it wants to potentially invest in it, which I hope it does, it will want to get the maximum return out of the content as an economic argument. So I think that's important. So notwithstanding whatever feedback you present, Chair, I think the council should accept that if we are to achieve progress towards Eden Park 2.1, you may find that the conditions for its operation in the future might be very confronting to that community, but maybe that will have to be something that is accepted, and if it is accepted by us, and we will have to defend it to the local board and to the community that is affected by, people going to and from the concerts or the sports events, whether they are driving, walking, or however they get there. That will be an adverse effect, and it will just have to be something that is worn. I'm hoping that you can negotiate your way through this, but if the government is to come to the party and invest in 2.1, they will want, I suspect, fairly permissive rules for the operation of that stadia. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. The next person is Councillor Foley. Would you like to speak again to the substantive?
Thank you, Chair. It's all right. I've said what I need to say. Kia ora.
Councillor Filipina. No? Okay. Sorry. I'm getting used to the new system. Are there any other speakers to... Councillor Fletcher, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm genuinely excited to speak to this today because, as suggested from when he joined council, it was a bit difficult trying to bring Eden Park into discussion. Yesterday I was listening to Talkback Radio for a short time, and Matt Heath was on, and he was talking about New Zealand and what that was in terms of people being naysayers. And nothing represents that more to me than the way that we have treated Eden Park over a long period of time. And yes, it was frustrating watching the whole of the work that was undertaken around stadia last year, and I commend the chair of that working group because there was an inevitability to the fact we were going to come back. It was a bit like follow the yellow brick road and you'll eventually get to Eden Park. Well, we've got there now, and hopefully with today we are going to put a stop to the pettiness that has existed in terms of trying to consider Eden Park. If you go way back, you think of all the champions we've had. Some of you will remember events with the Rayard Cheese of the world, and they'd say, gosh, there's so much we could be doing here. I remember when we launched Auckland's first art festival. That was back in 2000, and we wanted to use Eden Park then for things, but we couldn't. It was just so super frustrating. We all know we need to generate economic activity, and I cannot think of a better place to be a symbol for that than Eden Park. The mood has changed. So in response to those that are worried, and yes, the community, there will always be some in the community that are going to find objection to this, but the mood for the 45 years that I've lived there has changed dramatically. People are welcoming of it now because they know that their children and their grandchildren are going to get employment from Eden Park. They know all of the other benefits that will come in the prosperity in and around the businesses nearby to Eden Park. And how did we get there? You know, we got there because we've had champions. And so I just want to pause for a moment and talk about the role that Nick Saunter has played. A lot of people didn't really welcome him as CEO. There was criticism of him and work he'd done in Australia and so forth. But he has firmly put Eden Park on the map. He has firmly championed Eden Park. I'd like to talk about some of the personalities as well. You know, you've got Phil Clark down in Kingsland. He, for those of you who have been to well, over COVID it closed, it was a restaurant in the evenings, but the Kingslander Social. You've got all these champions, these chefs, these entrepreneurial individuals who could see that opportunity and really just implored us and encouraged us to actually try and do what we could in terms of advocacy for more events to be held in Eden Park. And it's not just food and beverages, it's flowers, it's gift shops, it's all manner of other creative initiatives that people can come up with. I think this is going to give us confidence in ourselves. It is our national stadia, and just as when I think of Auckland and the waterfront being of Auckland, I think of Eden Park as being that generator of cultural and excitement and fun activities. So for too long, I think New Zealand has been held back. The mood is right. Timing is everything in politics, and I think the timing on this one is important. But for a hell of a long time, the only measure of economic activity has been how well the building materials sector is doing. I think the new measure might be just how many concerts and how many fun parties we can have. And that is something that I think everyone sitting around the table and supporting this today can actually take some credit for. And it's one of those things that we have finally put off the table, the waterfront stadia and the paralysis that locked us into doing nothing. And we've got something really positive today. It is important that everybody's been allowed to express their views, but the overwhelming message that I would like to send today is Eden Park, we've got your back. We are supporting you. We think you're going to be a great part of our future. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor. Any last speakers before I wrap up? Just checking. Cool, thank you. No, just obviously thank you to Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ferry and the team for working on these resolutions. We're just trying to get, we assume this is going to happen. We assume there'll be more events and we're glad to see them, but we also need to think about what provisions and to help the minister or the ministry or whoever's writing these provisions to make sure that the community is considered, safety is considered, and how we move forward. Many of these things are done really well already, but we know that a significant uptick in these will create different types of stresses and strains on the infrastructure and the community. Also got the Mayor's very salient point about the bed night levy in there, because that will help us with the major issue of attraction. We do not have the budgets of our cousins over the ditch in those state governments that put tens of millions into these types of events. They put millions just attracting them. We do not have those budgets, and we know a bed night levy will be able to help lift up us to that level, and we'll be able to attract those fantastic events into our stadium and our other stadiums, but also help this city thrive. With the City Rail link opening and with Plan Change 120, this area of Auckland is going to change a lot, and we do need to make sure there are the jobs, there's the creative sector, there's the sports, the arts, the concerts that are happening and bringing people into the city. We did see last week with Metallica and Tool and everything else going on, the streets were full of people. The city felt safer. There were people on the public transport enjoying the sun, enjoying our parks and civic spaces. And the hotels were full too. So that's exactly what we need. This is another piece of the puzzle of creating a very exciting, vibrant city for people of all ages, and hopefully keeping more people in our city as well. So all those in favour? Is there anyone who'd like to oppose this? No. Would you like your name recorded, Councillor? Councillor Lee would like his name recorded. Anyone else? Cool. Are there any abstentions? Didn't think so. Thank you. Right, now we move on to the... Back to 8.3. Who's coming up? Is it Julie, Phil and John? Phil and Julie. Nikki. Oh yeah, see Julie. Sorry, couldn't see her. From governance. Just to be clear, councillors, there are two reports, which is the normal way we do it. There's an open report, but please don't mention the candidates until the confidential item. So there's two reports. Don't get confused. We'll go into confidential after we go through this item. Cool. Good, Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. As the Chair has alerted, there are two reports. We're just addressing the open report at the moment. This is the process to appoint the panel members to Plan Change 120, Housing Intensification and Resilience. This report essentially just covers the process that we've gone through to get to the confidential item, and I will hand over to Phil to speak to it.
Right, kia ora koutou, ko Phil Reid, Taka Ingoa, Auckland-wide Planning Manager. Right, this first report that we've got in the open has, yes, process elements to it. The 11th of November governing body meeting traversed many of these things, but I'll go through them again just to keep everybody abreast of it all. So, streamlined planning process is the process which is being utilised to progress Plan Change 120 through the hearing stage and back for recommendations to Council so that we can make decisions on the plan change. At the 24th of September, then Policy and Planning Committee meeting, we identified what we saw as the areas of expertise that we felt were important to be held by those commissioners appointed to this panel. And just to refresh everybody, those were across the disciplines of planning, law, architecture, economics, urban design, cultural values, tikanga Māori, infrastructure, natural hazards, and lastly landscape. We then carried through in our notice to the Minister of our intention to use the streamlined planning process and outlined those areas of expertise that we felt needed to be held by the panel members to consider the submissions. The Minister replied through a direction and a Gazette notice on the 27th of October. In that Gazette notice, there was no changes to what we sought as our areas of expertise. It was left silent on that matter. The Minister, though, did direct that the panel be made up of between 8 and 9 panel members. The legislation that supports this panel identifies that up to half of the panel members can be appointed by the Minister. We then proceeded on the 11th of November and appointed Sarah Shaw as our chairperson. That then results in a further 4 to be appointed by the Minister and 4 to be appointed by ourselves. At the 11th of November meeting, I had an understanding that the government was going to move prior to this meeting to have appointed its panel members, but unfortunately that's not the case. So it does look as though the Minister will be moving to make appointments in early to mid-December. That then placed us in a position, given our 6-weekly timetable for this committee and our desire to ensure that the panel have the best opportunity to be able to progress through the hearings, to look to be able to appoint on a provisional basis and then through delegation enable for final appointments to be made following the areas of expertise of the 4 panel members by the government being identified, so that we in turn can be sure that we cover the areas of expertise that we feel are important for this plan change. This process report also traverses again some of the context around our independent hearing commissioners. So we've given a hyperlink back through to the Regulatory and Safety Committee report, which appointed our pool of 65 independent hearing commissioners, and it's through the 3-yearly review that we will refresh that pool. And just to remind everybody about hearing commissioners, they are accredited through a Ministry for the Environment Making Good Decisions course that enables them to hold accreditation as a commissioner or a higher accreditation to sit as a chair on panels. The types of decisions which are made by RMA independent hearing commissioners can range across notified resource consents, objections to fees related to consents, which is things like a 357 appeal, through private plan changes, notices of requirement, and plan changes. In most instances, commissioners are appointed through delegations. However, in instances such as this plan change, where there is a high degree of political interest and a high degree of community interest, as well as significant changes to development rights across Auckland, we come before this committee in order to be able to identify our panel members. So that's probably it, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you. We have one question so far, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks Chair and thanks team. Just a question about paragraph 10, and I appreciate that the government hasn't selected their 4 members yet, but how, like it says here, the staff understand that the proposed panel members to be appointed by the government have expertise in these areas. How confident are we that they'll have expertise in those areas? And I know we can't speak about the stuff that's going to be in the confidential part of the report, but it looks like the ones that we are appointing or don't have, for example, te tiriti, te ao Māori and tikanga expertise. Are we confident that the government ones will have those skill areas? I'm just worried about gaps in terms of competencies.
Can we just make sure we can speak about? That's fine.
Yeah, I think we're just going to talk to the field of expertise, not the person. But your question is more around our confidence in knowing that that person has those areas of expertise.
Or knowing that the people the government are going to appoint will have those areas, because that seems to be what paragraph 10 says.
Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed this in the pre-run through.
That's right. So there's probably two parts to that. Firstly, yeah, the provisional delegation is there to protect us on the basis that those fields of expertise do not come through, from what we understand them to be at the moment. Probably the second part is around our confidence in those areas of expertise being held, and yes, very high confidence.
That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
Mine is just a brief question. Are we looking in terms of those qualities that the commissioners might have we given consideration to any body having areas of expertise in terms of character overlays and heritage?
And they're two different matters. And they are two different areas of expertise.
I realise that. I'm talking more generally though.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. So, yeah, when we get to the confidential item, we can talk to those skills which are held. And yes, they have been deployed many times on applications or private plan changes or council plan changes that relate to those issues.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks. Councillor, are there any other questions in the open? Otherwise, we will finish this one up. Cool. I'll move. Like a seconder. Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Any opposed? Perfect. Now we've got a summary of... Councillor Filipaina would like to move this one. Summary of information. I'd like to second. All those in favour? And then exclusion... What is the... Sorry, I've lost the... what the actual words are.
The confidential?
Yeah. Sorry. So we move to agree to exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? Cool. Now we'll just... I know. Everyone get out. Now we'll just wait.